We have been having the nicest streak of weather over here. We deserve it. I mean, it's Seattle, you know. Honestly, Seattle gets really, really, really good weather, you know? Like, people talk about it being too rainy, but then you take a look at the weather in most of the country, right? Where you have, like, freezing cold winters or blistering hot summers where it's really humid all the time. And it's like, Seattle's weather is pretty... The only people who have right to complain about Seattle's weather are people from Los Angeles, which, you know, is me. Um, but even then, you get to avoid the blistering summer heat, so honestly, it's just the nicest weather I've ever been in. Like, I guess, like, the Bay Area might be as good as weather gets, because it's just a little bit cooler than LA. I really think that people, like, talk up how bad Seattle weather is to keep other people from moving over here, which is gatekeeping and immoral. Got the UK weather? In Seattle? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Miles apart, not even remotely close. But that's like a misconception that a lot of people buy into because they just think like, oh, it's rainy. Oh, well, yeah, it's rainy in London or whatever. Not even remotely close. Seattle's beautiful. It's so murky in the UK, you know? When people think of Seattle, they think gloomy weather. Yeah, but I'm just saying like that's just wrong. Like it's not gloomy, you know? Even when it's rainy, there's usually like well-defined clouds with like the God rays peering through. There's a huge difference between when it's cloudy and rainy versus when it's like murky and gloomy and rainy. You know what I mean? You get me. Seattle reminds me of Vancouver. Well, they're like 50 miles apart, so that makes sense. Pretty much exactly the same climate. Nice, Bob Ross. Do you use Grailed? Um, Not so much, by which I mean no, never. I might be able to find some good double RL stuff there. Another day in hell? Isn't that just another day? Full overcast is better than partial overcast with blue from the rest of the sky. I think you're mentally ill. What kind of lunatic prefers a full white, murky, cloudy sky to like patchy clouds with light pouring in from the clear sky? That's insane. Me? You're mentally ill. Go move to London. I like overcast. I don't. It's like have a blanket on. It's not, and I think you guys need help. This is just British coping. This has to be some kind of like depression symptom, right? It's variety. Yeah, nothing shows off more variety in the weather than a completely like monotonous unitone sky of like hazy white blinding you in every direction you look because the light's being diffracted through a solid sheet of cloud with a mist that never leaves. Yeah, it's perfect. Everything gray. Oh yeah, man. I love variety. Overcast equals blinding. Okay, you're coping. You might not live in an area where it happens very often, but if you have a light, solid layer of overcast, the sunlight gets diffracted evenly through it, and it's very white in the sky everywhere. Like when the skies are clear and it's blue, if you're looking into the blue direction without the sun, no problem on your eyes. But if it's overcast, you have that white light everywhere. It's like looking down at snow on a sunny day, except it's up. That's how it's been in LA for the past couple days. Annoying. Yeah, my folks have told me that. Unfortunate. We good weather up here in Seattle though. Can I get a head pat? No, I don't offer those to people I don't know. And usually not to people I do know, too, because it patronizes. Congratulations, though, on finishing your social work undergrad, getting the last final done. Hell yeah. Took a bit, but, you know, life's not, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey. Thank you. We literally have to take vitamin D every day in the UK because how depressing it is. I mean, that's why listen, okay? I'm a ethno-nationalist, but for environmental reasons, okay? Dark-skinned people shouldn't be moving into the UK because their skin has too much melanin to absorb the necessary amount of vitamin D that you get in the perma overcast weather. It's purely for their safety. They're gonna get depressed, dude. They're going over there, they're fucking, their body's like, oh, you know, we evolved to survive like the heat of the Sahara, you know, and then they go over to London and their body's getting like 1/8 the amount of vitamin D that it should be. Wait, is that actually an interesting point? Is that real? Well, yeah. I mean, of course. It's literally like the exact opposite of what happens when white people move to like really sunny, hot areas. Like Australians, where Australia has, I think, the highest rates of skin cancer in the world, I think, because the environment there is very obviously meant to support people who have, like, basically fucking, like, pitch black skin, and Australians generally don't. That's because of the lack of ozone. I mean, to an extent, it's also just, like, really fucking hot there. Also, haven't we repaired the ozone layer? Florida equals hot weather. I mean, it's not like a coincidence that basically all of the Native Americans that Europeans colonized were darker skinned than the Europeans. Like Europe is pretty far north, right? Like if you look at it like on a globe, like even like the only parts of Europe that are even sort of like touching what we would consider to be the American like climatic belt would be like Spain and Italy and Portugal, which is, you know, where the darker skinned Europeans are from. But you go further up than that, and it's like, you know, yeah, white people do belong in Finland, maybe, but like mostly for health reasons. I don't know. There are Native Americans with lighter skin and darker skin. Well, yeah, of course, because the Americas go all the way from like the Cape of Chile to the, you know, the Yukon, right? So of course there's different skin tones there, but like, yeah, the indigenous people who lived in like the Mayan region are pretty goddamn dark skinned, right? And then the like Native American tribes that were up in, well, Seattle, right, are relatively lighter skinned, and then you go further north from there and so on and so forth. I mean, it's just that's literally why we have different skin tone differences. The entire thing is just like UV rays and vitamin D. Where'd you get your shirt? It's a sweatshirt from Imogene and Willie. I like it. It's very comfy. I got it one size up, so it's like nice and light and airy. Think it goes well with these camo shorts from the same company, you know? 5 inch inseam, 4.5. Get on my level. 1 second. What's up? Oh yeah, you can go through. 1 sec. My doctor told me dark-skinned people need 45 minutes of sunlight compared to fair-skinned people who need 15 for their minimum vitamin D3. Yeah, that makes sense, right? I mean, that's literally what melanin does. Like that's like the literal, that's like the one thing it does, right? Like it's not really like a multi-purpose genetic development or anything. It's basically just like how much light from the sun do you absorb. All right. I pre-ordered the next round, Nahasia. You motherfucker. Just you wait. Why can't we be cooler colors? I feel like the human range of skin tones is pretty varied. I don't know. I want to be blue. Oh, you're like those motherfuckers who killed themselves after watching Avatar because they couldn't live on Pandoria, or whatever the fuck that planet's called. I get you. The joke is that black vampires should resist the sun more. Yeah, but like vampires are vulnerable to the sun because of magic, not because of like the amount of UV radiation, right? Otherwise, you run into bullshit situations like, well, can vampires be defeated by shining a UV flashlight at them, which is bullshit. I don't care if Blade, I don't care. That's dumb. They're magical creatures, okay? Nosferatu was very good. Yes, it was. It's extremely good. Have you seen Sinners? No, I'm signaling my allyship as a white man by not taking up a seat that should be occupied by a black body in the theater. But I'll see Sinners soon. Don't spoil Sinners. Well, I would have a hard time doing that because I don't know what it's about or what happens in it. Hello, Ruben. Vampires are hurt by the sun because they're an abomination and the sun is part of God's holy light. Yeah, people always forget the whole, like, vampires don't have a soul thing, you know? They're always like, oh man, it'd be cool to be a vampire. They have no souls. It's like being undead. If you're a vampire, you're like a zombie. You're just a high-functioning zombie. Like, you no longer have the same, like, emotional tapestry. They're not, yeah, they're not people. But what does a soul even do? I mean, if you're taking for granted the idea that vampires, a magical creature, exist, then you have to assume a soul is kind of like a meaningful thing. Souls aren't real, it's fine. Well, vampires aren't real. We need werewolves to get a renaissance of media. Well, werewolves do have souls. Werewolves aren't abominations in God's eyes, right? Werewolves are just like monstrosities. Isn't that the D&D distinction? A monstrosity is a magically created creature, and an aberration is something alien. Or something like that, I think. Having no souls just means they don't get to be a chance to be with God. I just think that people in their desire to be like monster people really underplay what the like emotional ramifications of vampirism are, you know? Because people watch things like, I don't know, what's that funny TV show with the like goofy vampires? The Something from the Shadows. Um What We Do in the Shadows, thank you. People are like, oh yeah, vampires are like us, except they're like weird and like hot or whatever, which sure, maybe. But like, do you not remember from the plot of Baldur's Gate 3? When you become like a vampire, not just a vampire, but a vampire, you lose your soul. Like you don't your personality is overwritten by a like monstrous template that aesthetically and superficially adopts your characteristics, but you're not you. You die. You're dead. You go away. The body that you were is now a puppet that it absorbs some of your personality. No, dude, that's mind flayers. No, that's different. They just use you as like a vessel to build themselves. I sort of assume the lack of a soul means you don't get afterlife benefits, but IMO, I think your desires still exist. No, your desires are different. You can't love anymore. It's different. It's a whole different it's a whole different thing. Astarion doesn't have a soul. Not if he ascends. No. That's not how vampirism works in D&D. No, it is. Vampires are undead. That's what it means to be undead. An undead is an animated corpse that doesn't have a soul. That is what it means to be undead. You are gone. It really depends what the mythology you use. Yeah, well, if you take for granted the idea that vampires are undead, what other meaning could it have? Because we know zombies are dead. No one thinks that zombies are still like the person inside. Everyone's basically accepted that a zombie is just a shambling corpse that's puppeting your body. Why would a vampire be any different? Why does silver hurt both werewolves and vampires? Isn't it because it's supposed to be like a pure metal or something? So that it's just like a godly metal? I really hate how D&D turned fantasy into a science. Did it? I don't think it did. I think the D&D actually has pretty like vague rules in a lot of cases. But like the rule of like if you're undead, you don't have your soul seems pretty fine, I guess. Like it doesn't seem that limiting from a creative perspective. I think that people underplay how much becoming a fundamentally different kind of creature would change your personality, and I think it's boring. I think it's boring that people are like, oh yeah, being a vampire, well, you want to drink blood, and that's it. That's like the whole change to your personality. And then you just get to be like a cool like party animal all your life. And it's like, no, I think that we should really explore the ramifications. Do you think Nosferatu was originally a man? Probably, judging by the way he acts. Like it seems like he has the vestiges of a, you know, Bavarian aristocrat, like sort of lingering inside of him. But like that shit's gone, man. Like, do you think he's the same man? I don't think so. I think it's just more interesting to explore the extent to which shit like that would corrupt you. And people are like, well, you'd still be you. I don't think so. Actually, I don't think so at all. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he's just an entity now. That's the whole, like, okay, what about lichdom? Do people think that do you think you still get to be you when you're a lich? When you remove your soul from your body, put it in a phylactery, and you're now an undead wizard? There's no fucking way. You're literally, yes? Okay, you're crazy. Explicitly yes, because you're still your soul. It's out of you. You're literally like the soul isn't just your life. If your life was your soul, then the lich losing the soul would kill the lich. The lich is alive in the sense that it's an animated being, but it's not. That's not what the soul is. You can be an animated being without a soul. That's what zombies and skeletons are. You think removing the soul, the literal remove, like, oh, dude, just like, yeah, whatever. I didn't need that. Unbelievable, dude. People will consume fantasy media and they'll read another story about a power hungry wizard who loses everything trying to like gain the ultimate power of lichdom, and people will be like, what an idiot. Didn't that guy read like the 50 million stories about how when you trade your soul for something, it goes badly for you? And then all of you motherfuckers would do it. Like, oh, it's so unrealistic. Wouldn't a guy that smart realize that, like, from the 50 billion prior examples of people becoming vampires or liches, that it doesn't work out in their favor? Oh, no, I guess everyone wants to badly enough that no amount of counterexamples will ever push them away from that decision. I don't know. I don't know. Navosh, people nowadays simply can't grasp humanoid monsters. Same with the demons in Frieren. It sucks that the demons in Frieren are used as kind of a like a fascist analog for other races of human beings, because in a vacuum they are pretty cool, right? The idea of like demons being creatures that replicate human behavior but have no understanding of it themselves, like literally none, like they don't comprehend it at all, they just reflexively mimic it, you know. It's actually like cool conceptually. It's just that it's basically like NPC race, evil NPC race, which is what fascists call everyone who looks different from them. So, you know. A lich's soul's literally fading away every passing moment just from not being the body. No, no, don't tell these guys. All these guys think that being a lich is like, well, just free power. Being a vampire, being a lich, oh, dude, that's just like free power. The elites don't want you to know this. You can take your soul and you can put it in a phylactery and you just get stronger. They don't want you to know this. You just get stronger. You don't, like, it's just like, there's no trade-off, actually. Being a demon would suck. No, dude. Having your soul owned by fucking Zariel or whatever in one of the 9 hells would actually be fine because you're just like stronger. Like trading your soul to a demon for great power, that's just like you're just stronger now. Like there's nothing about your like personality that changes or whatever. Like you're just like stronger and you get like red skin and horns and stuff. Yeah, it's a Pokemon evolution, exactly. I'd love to be a Nurgle demon. Yeah, average VGG chatter in the fucking Warhammer universe. Dude, it's literally free power. It's already my job to fight people. And this guy is saying he'll make me better at fighting. And all I have to do is fight more, which I'm doing anyway. Like, it's free real estate. It's literally free real estate. Every fucking Chaos Space Marine chapter afterwards. Stupid, stupid, stupid! Ah, when they wanted my soul, it turns out there was more to it. I should have read the fine print. To be fair with liches, don't you already kind of have to be a shitty person? Yeah. Vosh, the free-reign demons are fascist propaganda is a bullshit take. But I didn't say that, though. So I don't know why you're saying that. I now believe people selling their souls is way more realistic. Yeah, no kidding. You literally said it was a fascist analog? No, I said it was used by fascists as an analog. Genuinely, like, work on your listening skills. If I sold my souls, my feet would start hurting. That's facts, brother. Or sister. Or non-binary person. I didn't check your pronouns. Don't really care. The Freyren demons are really undercooked as a concept. The show doesn't really do much to them, even after spending whole chapters exploring them. Turns out they're just stupid evil. Isn't that, like, fine? I think it's okay for them to just be, like, monsters that act like people, but only superficially. I think that's fine. Like, I think that's kind of neat. Like, just to reaffirm the idea, like, there's not any nuance to them. They're demons, you know? Not very explored as a concept, I guess. I don't really know what you could explore with them, I suppose. Yeah, they're predators designed to kill people, basically. Like, they're just, like, we're their natural prey. I guess, I don't know. It seems like a cool... Freyren demons are like dungeon meshy demons, but less powerful. No relationship between the two. I want to tear into you so badly, but I can't do it without spoiling dungeon meshy, so I'm not going to do it. Do you remember drama about extra credits saying orcs are black or something? Well, I remember that extra credits said that when we make fantasy races, we often borrow archetypes from the real world to inform how we view other groups of people, which is an objective fact. It doesn't mean orcs are black people. It means that, like, you can literally read descriptions from Tolkien about the orcs in his universe where he called them Mongoloids, or, like, Mongolian featured, or something like that. You know, like, with Asiatic features. Like, it's not like it's not like subtle or anything. It's obvious. Dude, play fucking WoW. Why are the pandas Chinese? You know? Why are the trolls Jamaican? Why are the humans all Western European like British people? basically. Why are the Draenei Romani? Yeah, it's like, yeah. And orcs tend to be like shamanistic, so there's usually an association of being more primitive, which, yeah, sometimes people like transcribe racial archetypes onto that. It's not, it was like, there's nothing like even remotely arguable about it. It's just a fact. It's mostly just whether or not people want to take it in bad faith. Ilioconoi, they literally don't have a soul. They're undead. It's not like, okay, whatever. Bosh, if anything, the demons themselves are fascist. Skyfer TSD, it's a little bit weird to, like, misinterpret my argument and then continue arguing with me over... Like, it's okay to be a fan of Freerun, I just don't understand why... Like, there are fan forums, presumably. Yeah, Tauren or Native American, yeah. Are ghosts undead? Yes. There's undead in D&D that are the soul that inhabits a dead body. I guess that's true, but you can't really say that... Do D&D vampires have souls? Vampires don't have souls, but liches do. Well, wait, this is just from a forum post. Okay, some people say yes, some people say no. All right, my position on this is that what I say is canon, and if you disagree with me, I don't really care. Aren't ghosts nothing but souls? There's more to it than that, right? Shouldn't they be on the Astral Sea? I don't know. Tolkien literally describes some of the human warriors in Lord of the Rings as ancient Islamic/Ottoman warriors. Didn't he, like, explicitly describe the humans that fought alongside the orcs as being, like, brown? Like, at the... when they rode in on the mammoths at the battle at Minas Tirith, the humans that were riding with the orcs were not as pale as the humans of Minas Tirith, right? There's definitely a little... They're called Easterlings. There's no racial coding to that, by the way. Was Tolkien racist? I mean, he was like... I don't know. Pretty old. And it was a while ago. Probably in some ways, but overall, I think he was pretty cool. Swarthy men, yeah. Yeah, racism's bad, folks. It's my hot take. Wizards of the Coast have explicitly said that vampires have souls. Sages claimed vampires retain their souls after turning. In the wiki page. Okay, I guess. Yeah, I think the sages might be wrong. Woke sages? Yeah, honestly. They're just monster fuckers, too. It's a metaphor for alcoholism with blood standing in for red wine. No! Vampirism is an allegory for the decay of the European aristocracy, and anyone who says anything else or invents a universe where that's not the case is wrong, and I don't care. Boring ass fucking... With all due respect to the excellent Vampire the Masquerade's Bloodlines game, like, what if vampires were like regular people in the sense that they're like grungy early 2000s Los Angeles? Oh, great. So like, what if they were boring, basically? What if they all went to, like, clubs? What if vampires were like people, but, like, they hissed sometimes when they were threatened? Fuck you. Fuck you. There's a reason why Nosferatu is so beloved. That's a fucking vampire right there. None of your bitch ass modern millennial Vampire Diaries ass fucking Twilight gay. No, 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 no. That's a vampire. Okay? Nosferatu was really good. Wow, really? So-called monster fuckers, terrible to actual monsters. I don't know. It just feels like we're kind of flattening every monster down to what if they were, what if they look different and were stronger, but were also like kind of animalistic. I don't know. It just kind of makes every monster the same, I guess. We'll get a mummy trend one of these days, and it'll be like, are mummies like animate, like curse-laden relics of an ancient civilization, corpses bound to, you know, mummification techniques that protect the areas where they were entombed? No, actually, mummies are like cool, hot, like regular guys, and there will be like mummy high school, and they'll all be like high school students, but they're secretly mummies or something. Like underneath their high school clothes they have the bandage wraps, like, oh yeah, you know, here's my canopic jar, I keep it in my backpack. Wait, let me take a selfie. I don't know. You mean Monster High? I wouldn't know, I haven't seen it. But also fuck you. Mummies are basically just normal undead but with sand. No, motherfucker! Undead are raised by magic. Mummies are entombed, powerful remnants of an ancient civilization that are curse laden as a consequence of either the circumstances of their birth, burial, or like wards placed on them to protect the place where they were entombed from invaders. Curses are magic, though. But that's not the same. That's not the same at all. You can't just raise a mummy. You can raise a skeleton or a zombie. You can't raise a mummy. Mummies already exist. That's totally the same. No, it's not. Also, mummies have their, if you're going by the Egyptian mummies, which we all do, let's be real here, okay? You've got your fucking organs trapped in canopic jars. Brother, you're gonna tell me mummies don't classify as standard undead? You people are beyond help. Are you fucking kidding me? The average zombie is like a dipshit you could bludgeon with a rock, okay? Also, by the way, one of the worst things to ever happen to zombies, the zombie virus. Make that shit sci-fi? Fuck you. Zombies are animated via magic. It's not a fucking disease. Being bit by a mummy will not turn you into a mummy. It's magic. There are some types of undead that can transfer their undead nature, but that's not because it's a virus. That's because you're being marked for undeath after you die. It's different. Massive L take. Fuck you. I'm not letting the modern fucking pandemic fear influence my... Invent a new monster, okay? At least that's the Last of Us zombies look like they would be sort of like disease created because they look like mushrooms or whatever. People disagree. Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to legally. I'm gonna bring this point of mine to the White House. 50-50 on them agreeing with me. Um Anyway, zombies are raised by magic. A zombie is a low-level creature. It is in every instance, okay? They're just a shambling corpse being animated by magic, okay? A mummy is usually pretty fucking strong. They're not just like a random guy. They've been there for fucking 4,000 years, okay? There's a whole bunch of shit tied up in them. A whole bunch of, like, magic, like, long-term... That's not semantics at all. They're very different. You might as well say skeletons and mummies or, and zombies and ghosts and poltergeists are all basically the same. You have no idea what you're talking about. You'd be a terrible DM. Modern zombie viruses already existed in the 50s. Fucking at Grok. When did modernity begin? When did modern period of art begin? At Grok? Grok, hello? Grok? Piece of shit. Plus, mummies still have their soul. Yes, that's another big distinction. Mummies still have their soul, and they can be just as intelligent and conscious as regular people, whereas people pretty much agree zombies can't, because they're just puppeted corpses. Their soul was entombed with them. The weakest mummy lord would destroy the strongest zombie? Absolutely, 100%. I thought undead can have souls, but they were like entombed with it. It's like a specific. Okay, you caught me in a contradiction. Do you want 7 or 30 days? Say something nice about me. Fuck you. Hmm. What's up with paladins, though? I mean, it depends on the lore, right? In D&D, paladins are just like committed to an oath, like a divine oath, right? Were paladins even a real thing? Did we like completely make that up in fantasy? Was there ever any such thing as a real paladin? I know there were like protectors of the Grail and like warriors who served the church, but they weren't. Were they called paladins? Like, was that their title? Like they would say like hello paladin? Yeah, I know about the Knights Templar, right? But the Knights Templar were just knights, right? Paladins were Charlemagne's Praetorians? Really? Original um or a source for paladins. I don't know. They first appear in the 12th century Chausson de Gest cycle of the Matter of France, where they play a similar role to the Knights of the Round Table in Arthurian romance. The chivalric paladins represent Christianity against a Saracen invasion of Europe. Okay, that makes sense, but is that just fantasy? Were they? The paladins, also called the 12 Peers, are 12 legendary knights, the foremost members of Charlemagne's court. Okay, so they originated in... Huh. Okay, that's kind of cool. It's Saracen, not Saracen? Okay, Saracen. It's myth making of historical events. Okay, no, I was just curious. I didn't really know like to what. So there wasn't really like a rank or office called paladin. This is just like historically in like a historical mythology sense what the term was used for to describe those legendary knights. Heavily mythologized. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I think that's cool. Basically palace knights. Huh. No, this I think that's neat. Nice backstory. I still consider paladins boring. Well, they're usually done in a boring way. In like media, I guess. But I don't know. They don't have to be. It's just people tend to default to that, I think. This is how you activate all the Fate anime fans, lol. Is that the one where the blonde lady says Excalibur and then a laser beam comes out? That shit looks like ass, man. Yes? Okay. That shit looks like ass. Do you think like we need to redirect Nazis a little bit? Because I feel like there's something like you could legitimately say about the um callous disregard for Western history that a lot of anime and gotcha game and anime game or whatever developers have when they make their characters. You know what I mean? Like, how many times are they going to do the like, oh, here's like anime characters, but every world leader is like an anime girl. Every god is like an anime girl. Here's all these historical figures. Everyone's an anime girl. And it's like, damn, dude. I don't think you should be able to scream Excalibur and then a laser beam comes out. I think that if you're going to do that, it should be a little more, I don't know, cool. Joan of Arc, but she's a busty lady with holy damage. I will say that I did see a clip on Twitter. I don't know what the anime is, but it was a group of stupidly dressed anime characters. It looked like a dog shit anime, but they were fighting anime girl Quetzalcoatl, who was wearing like a rainbow feather shawl and skirt, and she was very cute. So I can't speak to the quality of the anime or even the fight scene. I can speak to the quality of her big knockers. That's a Fate spinoff. Okay, that's fine. I'm not engaging with that information at all. I'm just saying I liked the Quetzalcoatl. I liked that she didn't have anything on under the little shawl, so that whenever she did like a downward strike, it looked like her tits were gonna pop out of them. I think that if you're going to go in the direction of like anthropomorphized, highly sexualized anime girl gods, you could go worse than Aztec gods or Mayan gods or anything in that area, because they did tend to dress pretty skimpily, like in their day to day, historically. I would be okay being dropped into a volcano by that Quetzalcoatl, or like in favor of that Quetzalcoatl. Sucks that she's a blonde white woman though. That's true. That is true. That's pretty fucked up. I remember that, yeah. This is what I mean, man. There's like levels of racism entrenched in the minds of these developers that I can't even like parody or begin to understand. It's genuinely like astonishing, because how the fuck do you do a um how the fuck do you do a character design like this and then make it a blonde white woman? Look, I like the outfit, okay? But like that's crazy. It's literally Quetzalcoatl, right? Ask Genshin developers. Do you think it's a difference between Western racists and Eastern racists, that the Western racists hate black people but still want to fuck them? Um, which is why they're all obsessed over that one Pokemon trainer, the water trainer, who's black. But Eastern racists are racist against black people and don't want to fuck them, which is why they don't make Quetzalcoatl black. I don't know. Not black, I guess. More swarthy. Ain't no way they still Aztec culture like that. Dude, they do this to fucking everyone, okay? You seen the goddamn Genshin Impact? Holy text. Save it for the fucking D&D campaign. Yeah, take it to a publisher. My God. All right. It's a solid 45 minutes wasted in something. This was about as like apolitical as how do we have 9,000 people watching? That's crazy. Normally after I open a stream like this, I'm punished, you know. I look at the YouTube sort of like stream analytics window, and I'm informed via the demographics of the stream and sort of the audience size that people don't like it when I don't talk about politics. Huh. No, no, no. I'll take it. Listen, I've said this a million times before. I'll say it a million times again, okay? You want to change the world? You want to make a difference? All right? Talking politics, it's a loser's game. All right? The vast majority of people who engage with politics in their day-to-day life, even within the people who do engage, mind you, and there's lots of people who don't, they're not watching political media, okay? They're playing their video games, watching their movies, their TV shows. They're gleaning it, right? They're gleaning it from creators, from showrunners, whatever, who sort of saturate what they produce with those topics. You're going to get a lot farther talking about whether or not, I don't know, Frieren demons are fascist, or Tolkien was racist, or whatever the fuck else, than you will talking about what Trump did today. I'm just saying. This is Fate's version of Gilgamesh. Damn, that looks like shit. All right. Parentheses, motherfucker. Before we get to the big interview, which we've got to get to, you see that Donald Trump is tariffing movies now? Well, he wants to. He said he wants to. Nobody really knows what's going on, so, you know. The movie industry in America is dying a very fast death. Other countries are offering all sorts of incentives to draw our filmmakers and studios away from the United States. Hollywood and many other areas within the USA are being devastated. This is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. Remember, the only way Trump can impose tariffs all in his lonesome is by designating it a national security threat. That's the legal artifice. That's the justification. So everything's a national security threat all the time. Therefore, I am authorizing the Department of Commerce and the U.S. Trade Representative to immediately begin the process of instituting a 100% tariff on any and all movies coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. We want movies made in America again. So obviously, this is completely meaningless. Movies aren't a physical good moving through ports that can be subjected to duties and customs and tariffs and what have you. They're movies, you know? If he was making a point about how a lot of American movies are made in other countries, that would be true. There has been a lot of outsourcing in regard to where the movies are being shot or who's doing the VFX work or whatever, but there's still American movies that are then being exported to other countries. I mean, the funny thing is, this is one of the only industries where America actually has a trade surplus. We produce the movies everywhere, all over the world. We make the movies. We're the center of culture. Anyway, it doesn't make a difference because there's no way this can be implemented. It doesn't make any sense. But further adding to the idea that Trump basically just has no handlers and he says whatever he wants and he's incredibly easy to influence. Apparently, one guy gave him this idea. One single guy, one guy. John Voight reportedly gave Trump the idea for those wild movie tariffs. Apparently the brainchild of actor John Voight. Oh yeah, he's super racist? Yeah. He's one of Trump's special ambassadors to Hollywood alongside Mel Gibson and Sylvester Stallone. So, you know. How would you even define what country a movie was produced in? This is an unenforceable tariff proposition. It's not coherent. There's not really a version of this that could be done. It's not a matter of would they do it? They'll do anything, right? It's a matter of is it even possible? It doesn't make sense. It's semantically not sensible. It doesn't work. NBC News reported late last month that Voight and his manager, Stephen Paul, had put together a proposal for Trump to reinvigorate the American film and TV industries. Details were slim, with one potential suggestion being federal tax incentives to keep production within the United States. Yep. I don't think Voight has acted in Hollywood for years. It's Sylvester Stallone, Voight, and Mel Gibson. These people are being selected for their racism, not for their prominence within the industry. It's not really Stallone is racist. Well, he's a devout Republican, isn't he? I'm not going to be that charitable. Listen, I love Rocky. Just come on. What about Arnold? Arnold Schwarzenegger? Have you seen his Twitter? All he does is criticize Trump. And Mel Gibson's basically a Nazi. Why doesn't he get Chris Pratt? Kids love that guy. Yeah. It's true that film jobs, especially in California, have declined significantly in recent years because of high production costs and fewer incentives. Doesn't matter. Can't really be implemented. Still pretty funny. I mean, you can apparently just go to Trump and bring any idea to him and it'll run. You know? Funnily enough, though, even the threat of a Trump tariff on movies, as nonsensical as it is probably going to, really spook the already pretty tumultuous film industry, which has not recovered since COVID. If you had 10 minutes with Trump, what would you convince him of? I feel like you could get him to endorse a dictatorship of the proletariat in 10 minutes because he's genuinely senile. You just have to phrase it the right way. And I don't think that's because I'm like specially convincing or anything like that. I just think his brain is melted. I think you could do basically anything with him. Like 10 minutes to talk to him, I think you can convince him of basically anything. It's called super capitalism. Yeah, I think he'd fall for it.
Another industry. Over the weekend, he said he's going to be putting 100% tariffs on movies made outside the U.S. He went so far as to call foreign film production a, quote, national security threat.
Now, the president did not provide any details on which movies would be affected, like those on streaming services, and how the tariffs would be implemented.
Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now with more on the state of the economy. So let's start with this movie thing. We don't have a lot of details yet right now, but obviously the goal would be to bring production of movies and whatever back to the U.S. Sounds like a good idea, but this is a complicated thing, right?
Yeah, maybe the Alcatraz idea was inspired. Maybe he was watching that because this is a...
Oh, yeah, he said he wants to reopen Alcatraz as well, to house our prisoners there, except Alcatraz has been a museum for like 50 years. More than 50? It's not a prison. Like, it's not a prison anymore. It can't really be turned into a prison, I guess, not without years and years and years of work. They always try so hard to sane wash his bullshit. Dude, unironically, like, why don't non-Fox News media, why don't these companies ever just embed the image of Trump's Truth Social posts? Like, he looks and sounds like a fucking lunatic every time he says anything or posts anything. But they always sane wash him by summarizing what he said, or like implying that it's bad but not really showing the totality of it. He looks like a psychopath. Fear, I assume. They're not going to get in trouble for just posting his Truth Social posts. All they have to do is post it. They don't even have to say anything about it. They could just respond to it as though they hadn't posted it.
A hooray for Hollywood moment here. Production, especially in Hollywood, is down some 40% in the last decade because studios have been making movies in places like Toronto, Vancouver, Poland, the United Kingdom, because it's a little cheaper there, right? And sometimes it's a little easier when you talk about union rules and you talk about limits for production. And when you think about the movies that are made based here and there, how is that going to work? He wasn't clear on whether that was streaming services or not, but he's bringing in some heroes to help him sort it out. Jon Voight, Sylvester Stallone, and Mel Gibson. Those are supposed to be his ambassadors for Hollywood. Apparently, they're going to solve the problem along with Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary.
Yeah, anybody who's covered, Hollywood knows there have been a lot of middle-class production jobs that have been lost over the past few years, especially post-COVID. So maybe that's something to do with it.
I guess they're in favor of it. It is true, of course, that a lot of these jobs have moved out to Vancouver or wherever else. Don't really know what that has to do with tariffing foreign movies, but, This also doesn't solve the higher cost of production in America. Oh, you're telling me that it's almost as though the fact that different countries will have different expenses and costs of living and costs of doing business is just an unavoidable fact of having a global economy, and that even if you didn't have a global economy, you would just see this pattern of redistribution happen domestically, like the same way that shooting has been moved from California to places like Atlanta over the past 10, 15 years. Because of the incentives there. Like, no matter what, businesses are always shifting around to try to find the cheapest place to do business. And there's actually no way to fix that without, like, either extremely strict top-down command economy type shit, or you just acknowledge as a fact of the economy and try to redistribute wealth as necessary. What? Oh, right. The video was over. Anyway, the movie industry is kind of cooked anyway. Don't stop wiggling. Stop. You're not playing a new video. Stop. Thank you. Cut that out. Anyway, the industry is pretty fucked. Never recovered since COVID. Movies are staying in theaters for like fucking 2 weeks before making it to DVD and streaming services. Streaming services are at the same time too expensive and too cheap. Just, it's not The movie industry is unironically like 4 huge flops in a row away from total ruin. Yeah. Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm not mad at movies going to streaming quicker. I hate going to the theater. Yeah, it's just like that process of wealth extraction has really hurt a lot of people in the industry, including the industry itself. But it's also like, I don't know. Maybe they should try making good movies. Yeah, but they can't make good movies for exactly the reasons we're describing. They need the biggest possible return on all of their investments, which means that they have to go for safer and safer movies. Like that's the issue, right? Like the issue is that we have kind of like a bunch of incentives for the big studios to consolidate and play it safer and safer and safer, which lowers the quality of and broadens the appeal of their movies. I mean, we saw this happen with Marvel to an extent. You ever gone back and watched the original Iron Man? The original. I mean, the Marvel Studios production from 2008. It's pretty good. Genuinely. I wouldn't say it's daring, but it's actually pretty good. Like there was a directorial vision. There was like a voice to it, like a tone, I guess. Like it didn't feel like it was written by committee, at least not that much. You know, it I don't know. It felt human. It's pretty good. But over time, you know. I remember seeing a video that sometimes Hollywood cranks out horror movies because they're cheaper to make and they make their money back. Yeah, why do you think, is it A24? I'm sorry, I'm not a big, like, movie buff. What's the studio that, like, gives money out to basically anyone? They fund a lot of, like, small movies and make a bunch of... It's A24? Okay, yeah, they do a lot of horror movies. And horror movies do tend to be cheap. It's easy to play on people's emotions at a low budget when that's the format you're working with, right? So they tend to, you know... You get me. So greed has killed the film industry? No, it's not greed, actually. I don't like the attribution of these material causes to greed because it implies that it was just like the wrong greedy people on top, when in reality, it's a superstructural problem, right? You could have put better people in charge of Marvel Studios or Disney or whatever, and the same basic thing would have happened. You could put, hell, a fucking socialist or whatever in charge of these studios if you want. But there are like underlying problems that go beyond that, you know? I mean, certainly the people on top are greedy, but what I mean to say is that, like, it's kind of like accusing a ball of having a tendency to drift downhill when you set it on a slope, right? Like, it is going downhill. It does have that tendency, but, you know. The advancement of gaming tech replaced perhaps. Sure, but the same thing is happening in the games industry. Why do you think we don't have AA games anymore? In terms of big releases, we have indie games, which are goated, right? You know, when they are, at least. You have AAA, mega blockbuster, super ultra hyped studio-backed games that take like 8 years to make or whatever. Everyone looking forward to GTA 6. That's the big obvious example, but there are, you know, we've had a trend towards that. One thing we don't have anymore is like the AA game. Look at how the original God of War games were relatively modest. Then there's a break, and then kablamo. The new God of Wars come out, and they're huge. Not to say that the original God of War games were like small indie productions or anything like that. They weren't, but we don't really have like a AA range anymore. At least not in the West, and it's not as popular as it used to be. You also have Nintendo games, which are kind of their own category, I guess. There was a AA RoboCop game recently. Yeah, though it didn't get that much hype when it came out, did it? Unfortunately. Yeah, it's the gutting of the middle class of media, basically. Because it used to be like a bell curve, right? Where, like, in terms of popularity, you had some, like, really small games that blew up and a lot of AA games. And every once in a while, a AAA game would come out and really blow the socks off of everyone. But nowadays, you have, like, this dip in the middle where you have a ton of indie games that get big, right? And then you have... the AAA like big studio games, and then you have like a trickling of AA games that really pop off, you know? I don't know. I'm speaking generally about a broader trend, but it's a missing middle issue, and it happens with blockbuster studios as well, right? Last year's box office total just 8.75 billion, a 3% decline from 2023, and well off the 11 billion pre-pandemic average. That's rough, man. That is rough. Vosh, No More Heroes is AA and pretty good. You are describing a game that came out, what, 14 years ago? When did the first No More Heroes come out? I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm not inviting all of you to list every AA game in your mind. Baldur's Gate 3 was AA. No, Baldur's Gate 3 was AAA. Easily AAA. 100%, yeah. It cost like $100 million. Expedition 33 is AA. I don't. Why are we talking about this? This isn't what we're talking about, okay? You're distracting me. Jesus. Tell the devs that, Vosh. Baldur's Gate 3 called itself AA. I'm not going to tell the devs that because I don't know them and I don't care. What are you talking about? Why are you arguing with me about this? You're missing the forest for the trees. You're insufferable. I hate all of you. Now listen, okay? These industries are due for a collapse. And I don't mean due for a collapse in the sense of like moral retribution. I mean due for a collapse in the sense that like we're trending towards a set of incentives that are really bad. It's worse with the film industry because nobody buys movies anymore. Everyone just streams them once and that's it. There's an oversaturation of what's available to watch, and a lot of it's really not that good. You know? A lot of people just, you know, they wait for it to come out on streaming, they watch it at home once or whatever. I don't know. The tariff on movies comes with a double whammy of China no longer importing movies. Yeah, that's true. Is pirating part of the problem? For movies? Probably not. At least not to a huge extent, I guess. Pirating is the solution? No, it's not. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the one of the big issues with the movie industry, in my opinion, is that like, okay, relative to the games industry, you do not have to be that much of a gamer. You don't have to be that keyed in on the scene, I guess, to be familiar with not just some cool indie titles, but also like ways to keep abreast of future good indie titles, right? Like the environment around gaming kind of fosters a lot of discussion there. I don't know how much that exists for movies. You know what I mean? Like, I guess if you want to draw equivalencies, people who only go to the movie theaters to watch like the big, you know, here's the big children's movie to watch with your kids, so they shut the fuck up about it because they've seen like advertisements about it or their friends have seen it. Here's like the big Marvel movie, like stuff like that. They go to the theaters like 2 or 3 times a year, maybe 4 sometimes. Lava Chicken, exactly. You've got those people, and those are like the movie equivalent of the guys who say they play games, but they only play like FIFA or the newest Call of Duty. But I think that if you're looking at the average person, there would be more of the former than the latter. Like, we talk about, like, oh, these people who only play FIFA or something, but I think that the majority of people, if you're going to talk about, like, games with, like, if they play games, you talk about games with them, there's probably a little bit more, like, investment in the industry. Does anyone fucking care about the movie industry and, like, the indie titles that it produces outside of, like, really auteur film goers? Because I've met so many people who are like, yeah, I have strong opinions on these indie games. Here's my opinion on the scene. And I know there are people like that for like smaller film festivals and stuff, but there aren't that many, are there? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just my perception. Maybe that's just the people I've made friends with, because I'm not much of a moviegoer. But it does seem like there's not as much investment in the craft in a lot of spaces. I don't know. It's different here in France, mostly due to public grants. Yeah, that's true. It's different in other countries, especially non-English speaking countries, because if you want domestically produced media in your own language, you're kind of limited to your smaller scene, which probably gives you a more personal feel to what you consume and produce, right? At least sometimes, you know? It's not even a matter of investment. It's just that by virtue of not being English speaking as your first language, you might defer more towards media that is made with your language and culture in mind. I don't know. Aren't you literally friends with YMS? Yes. Obviously, Adam is an extremely dedicated moviegoer and knows a lot about them. But I mean, yeah, give me an opportunity to flex my my contact. Sure, if you want. You want me to flip the Rolodex in front of the screen? What do you want? I don't know. Well, anyway, I doubt the tariffs are going to happen. But I do feel like we're kind of like gravitating towards a collapse in the industry. Movie guys aren't as loud, I guess, except for stuff like Star Wars. I just feel like when I hear people talk about video games, they seem to know a decent amount about video games. They're like fans of video games. They have strong opinions on them. When I hear people talk about comic books, likewise, they tend to be fans of them. They have strong opinions on comic books. They read them a lot. Same about anime and manga. When I see people post about anime or manga on Twitter or whatever, it seems like they know a lot. They're invested in the industry. When I see people post about movies, it seems like, oh yeah, I went and I saw the movie and it was bad and then I left. Like there's not a discussion about the broader industry or anything like that because it's just like the most casual moviegoer. But it seems like there's so many more casual moviegoers than there are casual people who engage with other media. I don't know. Maybe movies just got too big for their own good. Like they're too accessible, so they had to broaden their appeal to too many people. And as a consequence, now the whole industry is propped up on stilts because they expected that they would be like the only media people consumed. Like the expectations of the industry are kind of built on like it's the 1970s and you know 8 worthwhile movies come out a year and everyone wants to see all of them because what the fuck else are you doing? I don't know. Is accessibility a bad thing? I'm not talking about accessibility in the sense of like, can disabled people see movies? Yeah, they got the little like wheelchair spots in the center horizontal row. I'm talking about accessibility in the sense of like, in order to get into playing games, you have to have like, I don't know, you have to get into them a little bit. But people see movies by default, right? If you just exist in culture and consume culture just kind of as it comes at you, it's like, oh, that's the new movie. And then you see the movie and it's like, okay, that's the movie. Maybe some degree of gatekeeping is actually necessary to preserve the integrity of a medium of art, because otherwise the industry will expand to the point that it assumes everyone's as invested in their medium as every other medium's fans are in that medium. I don't know. I'd have to think about it, I guess. Now you're just yapping? No, I think there's something to that. I think there's something to that. Bosch trying so hard to be deep. Me dipping my toes 3 inches into the kiddie side of the pool. And your ass is like, holy shit, look at this guy trying to show off. You're revealing your own... the shallowness of your thoughts. You're not wrong, but you'd be more cohesive if you knew more about music, I think. Well, I don't, so. There you go. I guess the conclusion that I derive from this long rambling segment on Trump's impossible movie tariff is that gatekeeping is good. There we go. That was fun. Yeah, I agree. Let me send this off to the editor minds. Sending over. Trump wants to tariff movies or some shit like that. Type shit. Bars. Fucking close Dropbox again. Why does it keep doing that? Stop. There. At least I noticed. Reopen, reopen, reopen. There we go. I think it's bad for an art form if the main way people consume it is by going, oh, that's the thing now. I will see the thing. And then they see the thing. And because it's the thing, it has to be really like sort of dumbed down and homogenized so a large audience will enjoy it because it costs $50 trillion to make. And then people are like, oh, it's the thing. And then that's the engagement it has with media. Does that make any sense? Maybe it's just naturally better for like the artistic for artistic growth, like in a collective sense, like a broader cultural sense, for people to kind of engage critically with media as like by default, rather than just being sort of slop fed it a little bit. You're too hip for the mainstream. I don't really think that I am. I'm not really coming at this from the perspective of a film auteur at all. The last film that I saw in theaters was Nosferatu, and before that, I don't even know when. The average American family can't afford to live. Here's an idea. Let's make movies more expensive. They might have to be. Well, at least to keep AMC theaters open. Like, there's a reason ticket prices have been going up and up and up. You should watch Sinners. Sit my white ass down and listen. Make theaters smaller. That actually does need to happen. Because the math on keeping, like paying the property taxes or rent on these gigantic downtown AMC theaters, it's like totally not workable. Like that, like an AMC theater is like building sized basically, and then you have to prop that up in a dying movie industry, you know. And it's like $15 a ticket. Like I get that's expensive, but it's also like holy shit, you like you're not even making money off the tickets. You're making money off like the snacks, you know? That's why they don't want you to bring snacks in, because the running the AMC theaters is so fucking expensive that like they need to get the popcorn. It's just not economically viable. Small to mid-sized theaters are closing in Humboldt County. Yeah, I mean they're closing like everywhere. The AMC will probably go under sometime soon, unfortunately. The consensus EPS forecast for the AMC quarter is minus $0.56. Yeah, it looks like it's basically like they've been expecting losses for a while. They still haven't caught up to the revenue that they had pre-pandemic, but rents are way the fuck higher post-pandemic, so yeesh. Bring back the drive-in. I've never been to a drive-in. That might be cool. You'd love it? Maybe. My car's pretty comfy. Who's charging higher rents? Every realtor and landowner everywhere. In, like, all of America, basically. Regular theaters are like $8. Dude, I have not seen an $8 movie ticket in a very long time. A very long time. That is, I mean, I'm sure they exist somewhere, just I have not seen it. Never been to the cinema in my life? Huh. I mean, it is pretty much what it looks like in popular media, I guess. I got bed bugs from a theater once. That's genuinely horrifying. I guess that's not really the theater's fault necessarily, because it would have been like someone before who sat in that seat who transferred the bed bugs, but that's awful. Not sure, Kowalski. I just think we need more like localization of movie production, you know? It does seem kind of strange that every theater in the country shows basically the same like 8 movies at the same time. Hold on, my door is squeaking. Let me close it. Squeaking. I don't think that's really realistic. I mean, there are like local, what are they called, marquee theaters who do it? Matinee theaters. Maybe. Why are smaller theaters cheaper? Well, they have to pay less rent. Matinee just means afternoon showing, lol. Okay. Yeah, really showing the degree to which I'm familiar with movie culture right now. Marquise. Theaters are objectively one of the worst ways to experience a piece of art. I disagree. I think that Nosferatu fucking slapped in the theaters. I totally disagree. You want that reverb. Dune as well? Yeah, the Dune IMAX cut was so good. Just the size of the damn thing, right? Definitely elevates the experience, I think. Some people viscerally didn't like Nosferatu. Not to be the guy who's seen one movie in the past year and has strong opinions on it, but I would be suspect of the opinions of anyone who disliked Nosferatu. It's cool if it's not your thing or anything, like that's fine. But like actively disliking it to me is an insane take. That's a crazy one. No, I have not watched the original silent film. Ruben, are you still in here? Buddy. Ruben. All right. Well, I closed the door, so I gotta let him out if he comes on over. Okay, that's all right. .4D film opinion? Well, is this the one where like... Hello! You're on camera. You don't know what that is. Whoop. Little man. Here, I'll let you go. All right, I'll let you out. I'll let you out. Gay ass little cat. Exactly. All right. We need to buffer out some things. We need to actually do my job? Ugh. I know, I know. Is that cat a particular breed? Yeah, he's a Devon Rex. I know, I know. Is WTI crude really all the way down to 57 bucks? Wow. That's crazy. It hit 55 yesterday? Sheesh. Below break even? For opening new wells? Yeah. Yay, so cheap gas now? Yeah, but you're not gonna wanna use it. I need your opinion on 4D movies. I think it's a lame gimmick. Same with like 3D movies, honestly. Just I don't think that I like we're past this, right? Motion controls, 3D, all that bullshit. Like, I don't care. Doesn't this hurt Russia's economy? Yeah, it does. It does hurt Russia's economy, which is nice. Unfortunately, it's not just going to hurt Russia's economy. It's going to have effects on a lot of people, actually. Well, it's not so much going to hurt our economy as it signals economic harm. Slight difference, but, you know. Really going to hate all the people that say Trump lowered gas prices. Yeah, but like, they would say that even if gas prices were up. It doesn't matter. The important thing to understand is that, like, in a post-reality world, it in this one slim sense, it also works to your benefit, which is that when your enemy does something that people sort of unintelligently attribute to, you know, his credit, they say it's good. Well, they would have said that anyway. It's not like Trump fucking up has ever had an effect on their faith in him, right? That being said, gas isn't really going to go down by that much, you know? Like, what's the average gas price in America? It's like $3 in the ballpark. I don't care if it's 50 over or under, just roughly $3, you know? How much more can you get that down? I mean, you can bring that down to like 250 or something. I don't look, our obsession with gas prices is crazy. I know I don't drive as much as the average American does, like the average suburbanite Hitlerite motherfucker. How much money are you really saving? Gas prices going from 287 to 234. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, isn't everything else more expensive in your life? Like your rent and your health care? Like, even if you're driving at 2 hours every day, you're filling up the tank, what, every 4 or 5 days, depending on your car? Like, okay, so maybe it's the difference between a $80 tank and a $65 tank. I don't know. It's like an insane thing to... Yeah, like gas isn't even the most expensive ongoing cost for most cars. The most expensive ongoing cost is the repairs to the vehicle. Like if you drive around for so and so, you know, you fill it up like 20 times and then kablamo, your fucking car needs work. You know? Cars are expensive to maintain. Blue collar uses a ton of gas. I would be willing to bet that the average American probably drives 2 or less hours a day. And even 2 is on the high end. It really depends on your commute. But like, okay, you have an hour commute to work and then an hour commute back. And like, you've got your grocery run, I guess. But that's not every day. You got to average it out like day to day. On the weekends, I don't know. Gas affects shipping costs, though. That is true. That is true. But notice how things are going up in price right now, not down. So. Also, this obsession with driving like tanks, basically. Yeah, if you're driving around a Ford F-250, I think that you should be paying a lot at the pump, to be honest. Yeah, 50 cents off gas is like $7 a week saved. Even if it's more, like 7, you could say 20, it's like $50 a week saved, right? Like, that's 1/10 of your health insurance premium. I don't know. Well, no, not a tenth, I guess. It's, you know. It could potentially be, well, a fourth? Less than a tenth of rent? With the low oil prices, Kepler has now cut its U.S. crude supply forecast by 120,000 barrels per day to 170,000 barrels per day for the rest of 2025 and into 2026. Wait, it's cut its forecast by 40%? It's cut its crude supply forecast from 290,000 to 170,000. That's like a 40% decrease for the rest of 2025 and into 2026. Jesus Christ. Guys, are we degrowthing? I think so. That is an insane drop. Will Trump unintentionally do more good than harm to the climate? Yeah, maybe. Outflanked from the left yet again. Prices dipped early on Monday after the OPEC group decided on Saturday to raise collective output by 411,000 barrels per day, nearly triple the volume originally scheduled. They really want us dead, don't they? It's so funny that Saudi Arabia is literally smashing the big red button that says send America and Russia into a recession as hard as they can over and over and over again. They're pounding their fist in it. And because Trump doesn't understand how any of this works, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. It's like no mention from him. Have you seen Saudi Arabia is trying to reach out to Iran to normalize relations? I mean, that makes sense to an extent, right? Did you see Mike Waltz was let go because Trump alleged that that he was in contact with Netanyahu and was trying to work with Netanyahu to orchestrate a war in Iran, and Trump was upset with him because he was going over his head? How fucking wild is that? Like unironic shadow government shit right here. Trump was upset that Mike Waltz was basically like colluding with Netanyahu to secure support for an invasion of Iran. and Trump was mad because Trump wanted to explore peaceful options first. Because I genuinely, and that makes sense too, because I don't think that Trump is really ideologically a Zionist, and I don't actually think Trump wants war. I think that Trump likes talking down to other countries and likes showing off like shows of force, but he can do that through non-war means. I think he just wants to look good. Trump, once again, the least evil Republican. Unironically, dude, they need to flip the Democratic messaging. He's like genuinely, everyone around Trump is more evil than him. He's just a fucking idiot. Sad how Trump's in the right here, unfortunately. I mean, listen, this was like, I'm gonna be real here. This is like actual deep state shit. Okay? Your national security advisor colluding with a foreign head of state to promote and set up like the bombing of Iran over their nuclear facilities. Like, it's like actually, it's crazy. It's pretty damn crazy. The report said he clashed with the White House officials since early in the administration, specifically over his preference for using military force against Iran instead of the diplomatic route that Trump favored. He could actually arrest him for treason on that, no? Damn, man, if I was president and I found out that my national security advisor was like going behind my back to work with a foreign entity to promote like war and secure like resources from America, that sounds pretty goddamn... I don't know if treason would necessarily be the right word there, but like, sheesh. But it's not going to happen here, so, you know, whatever. Two of the people quoted by the Washington Post said that Walz upset the U.S. president by engaging what the report described as, quote, intense coordination with Netanyahu on possible military options for Iran prior to the premier's White House meeting with Trump in February. It got back to Trump, and the president wasn't happy with it. Netanyahu denied the contact, but we don't really have much of a reason to believe that guy on anything. Pre El Salvador trip? No, that would be if we lived in a good timeline. No, Masaigo, I don't know what you're referring to. What you can believe is that they're finally going forward with removing Palestinians from Gaza. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like they were already doing this. They were always doing this. I don't know. It seems like, yeah. I don't think it's a coincidence, though, I have to say, that Netanyahu's final solution plan for Gaza is being announced literally 2 days after Mike Waltz was fired for extensive coordination with Netanyahu to back the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities. Like, my thinking is that Netanyahu is looking for a big new project to direct his energy towards, because fascists can't sit still. Authoritarian governments, fascist governments, they can't just sit still. They always have to be in a state of emergency, of action, of ongoing aggression. But Israel's, you know, a bitch, and they're not going to provoke all-out war with Iran unless they know for sure that we're there to back them up. So Mike Waltz unsuccessfully trying to get essentially the Trump administration to back Israel for those strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. That fell through. Now Netanyahu's like, okay, plan B, we do more Nazi shit. You know? The plan here is to seize the entire Gaza Strip, displace the population. You know, it's the whole thing. It's the whole damn thing, you know. This rubble hasn't been ground finely enough. Netanyahu declared on Monday that his country is on the eve of a forceful entry to Gaza. Hasn't happened yet, but it's finally about to. Finally. After his security cabinet approved a new plan for tens of thousands of additional soldiers to seize and hold territory in the embattled enclave, relocate Palestinians to the south. So they're reoccupying Gaza, which of course they've already been doing. But the whole thing, like the legal or like rhetorical artifice here, was the idea that they were just like clearing out Hamas. But now I suppose they're just like, well, we're just going to occupy the territory permanently or indefinitely, I should say. Intensive escalation of the war. It's time to launch the concluding moves, Netanyahu said for the 500th time. I may have missed this, but what's even the ostensible justification for this? It double Hamas. Triple Hamas. They have no choice. The safety of every Jew on earth comes down to they need to toss more infants into the wood chipper or something. I don't know. Didn't you see, like a month ago, the Israeli government, or the IDF, was claiming that Hamas had regained its total and remustered its forces back to 40,000? Unfortunately, there were a lot of lefties online who saw that, and they were like, yeah, obviously, you bomb their population to shreds. Why wouldn't these, like, young Palestinians join Hamas? But unfortunately, that's not what's happening here. The real answer is that there aren't 40,000 Hamas soldiers. There haven't been any meaningful Hamas militant operations in a long time. They're lying. Like, you can't take their propaganda at face value and say, like, yeah, that's what you get. It's not like Hamas is winning this. They didn't win this before. They can't win this now. There basically is no Hamas, man. They've mulched the entire area. The only reason they're saying that Hamas's return is to justify more military engagement, which they will always say. They will never not say that. As long as the state of Israel remains more or less as it is right now, Hamas will always exist. They could reconquer the entire Gaza Strip. Hamas will be in the West Bank. They could occupy the entirety of the West Bank fully, not just with settlements, but full annexation, top to bottom. No pretense of the West Bank being a different territory. And they would still say Hamas exists in the population. They could oust every Arab in Israel, and then Hamas will be outside of Israel, always. Hamas, Hezbollah, union, moving down from Lebanon. It will literally never end. Hamas is there. Hamas is there. Apologies for being dumb, but what's the real reason for doing this? The reason Netanyahu wants this is because a constant state of emergency allows him to stay in power indefinitely. It's how authoritarians affirm their power. The reason most Israelis want this is because they're genocidal lunatics, as affirmed by literally any polling data that you can pull from the population. That's it. I mean, it's like, why do the Nazis want this? Like, what reason is there to dedicate so many resources to doing the Holocaust while also fighting World War II? Well, the answer is because the Nazis were evil. It's like from their perspective, right? Because they are genocidal ethno-nationalists, they think that the eradication of a different group of people is like an existential need for the survival of and propagation of their population, right? Ties into a bunch of other stuff like the Greater Israel theory, the Greater Israel like expansionist desires, that sort of thing. You know. Polls 61% of Israelis fear for democracy. Yeah, a lot of Israelis don't like Netanyahu. Netanyahu's not crazy popular, nor is his handling of the war. But you can take a look at Israeli polling on, say, justified violence against the Palestinians, what should be done with the Gaza Strip, etc., etc. Netanyahu isn't super popular for the Israelis, but in the abstract, the eradication of the Palestinians and the annexation of Gaza is pretty popular. Unfortunately. Very unfortunate. Though the fact that Netanyahu is so unpopular is probably like a good indicator of why he feels the need to continue the war in the fashion that he is, right? Like, if Netanyahu was super popular, the war could end and people would still like him. But the moment this war ends, Netanyahu's ass is out. That's the only reason he broke the ceasefire. Yeah. He's so desperate to keep the war effort going that he won't even allow a ceasefire to like, he literally, like, within 12 hours of any ceasefire, like, the IDF immediately continues the bombing. There's absolutely no interest in slowing the roll from them. It's the momentum that carries him. The focus on Netanyahu as a uniquely evil leader is similar to the way liberals focus on Trump versus the broader Republican base. Yeah, that's pretty true. I would agree so. Yeah. I mean, he's no Ben Gvir. What made these people so bloodthirsty? It's a settler colonial project. It's not new. There were portions of American history where the European colonizers over, like, in the westward expansion, did exactly the same thing to the indigenous people there. It's happened many times in the past. It doesn't normally happen in this day and age, and it doesn't normally happen in countries that are allied with the United States. Yeah, it's not good. What's your dream solution? In terms of, like, peace in the region? Dude, we're so far from that. I don't know. I don't know. No. Israel being dissolved fundamentally. Well, the problem with that is that it sounds good, but there's not really a practicable way of doing that, right? Like, the only, like, big rubber stamp top-down solutions that you could come up with is like, well, what if Israel was somewhere else? But, like, that's not how countries or large groups of people work. I mean, in practice, leaving aside the fact that you'd be doing ethnic cleansing again, right? Just the logistics of that are fundamentally impossible. The best case scenario would probably be like a United Nations or like coalition occupation of Palestine and Israel, and like a forcible redemocratization of their government, a la kind of what happened in Japan, basically. Yeah, basically everyone in power in Israel would be tried for war crimes, which they've done a lot of. And you would have to form some kind of joint governance. It's something like that, probably, but it would be like messy and decades long, and it's really sad, you know? Seems like opinion is turning in Israel. No. There are lots of Israelis who dislike Netanyahu. I'm not contesting that at all. But my contention is more that, like, their issue is with him, the specifics of the operation, or they're fatigued by the ongoing war. Their issues aren't so much like on a moral level, what has happened to the Palestinians. Of course, there are plenty of Israelis who have issues with it, but, like, let's be real, the population's definitely pretty Hitlerite. Same in Russia, right? Might be worse in Russia, might be better. I don't know. Apples and oranges. Or maybe apples and apples. I don't know. Oh yeah, this might inflame tensions a little bit. Do you think the Caspian Sea is pretty? I can't say that I've been there. I feel like Israelis are kind of correct in that if some of their neighbors got the chance, it would end very badly for a lot of Israeli Jews. Yeah, but that's like Hitlerite logic. And it is when every group applies it, right? Like, we, the entity with superior military power, need to, like, defensively enact genocide against other populations because if they got the chance, they would do it first. You would, if you apply that logic broadly to every ethnic group, the world would end in, like, 2 days, right? Like, it doesn't, like the idea that because there are deep-seated ethnic tensions or grudges against each other, war is both inevitable and desirable from the perspective of all involved, as long as their side is winning, is a world-ending failure in like basic geopolitical strategy. Like we're basically talking about like dropping 2 centuries of progress on our understanding of how countries should engage with each other, and we are devolving back to the most primitive, like Holy Roman Empire ass, Yugoslavia immediately after the breakup ass attitude towards how to resolve like local tensions. It's just not workable. But you can acknowledge it's a difficult dynamic. I think most Israeli citizens would be happy with an end-to-end invasion of Gaza if there were guarantees for peace. That there are a lot of asterisks attached to that. For one, what about the removal of the ongoing settlements in the West Bank, or like the expulsion of people? Or what about like autonomy in the Gaza Strip? What about equal legal rights or an end to the apartheid? What happens the next time there's any kind of violence? Either the IDF kills people, which they do very often, or, I don't know, Hezbollah or someone from Hamas fires a rocket into Israel. Does it all start again? The underlying tensions here are caused by a power imbalance, and the power imbalance is Israel's to correct. For a lot of Israelis, yeah, their vision of peace in the future is a vision of a greater Israel without Palestinians or Arabs. I mean, it depends on like how far along they are. There are sea monsters in the Caspian Sea. I believe that. I think that's probably true. That's been disproven. Nerd. Oh, that was it's been a while since we talked about Israel, man. Guess I'll mark that as a segment. Yuri Jalani's government has been really bad. They're putting all the biggest Turkish-backed war criminals who ethnically cleansed Kurds in charge of the army. That's not good. Probably. I'll look into that later. Did you see AOC got heckled at a town hall and someone called her a war criminal? Isn't this like the same group of people every time? This one? It's like the same, yeah, the same dead enders, exactly.
Really hard to defend and you want to know what you're doing about the genocide in Gaza. You're a war criminal.
These people are probably like paid Russian operatives or something like that. But unfortunately, I have to say, I held this position back during the general election, and I still hold it now. I hold it now even more strongly. It is kind of insane that none of these pro-Palestinian protesters ever show up at Republicans. Like, I understand the logic. It's bad logic. Like, oh, well, why not talk to people who will actually do something? For one, they won't, and you don't actually believe that. And for two, they're not in power, like, at all. And for three, why AOC then? No, it's like an attention-getting thing. It's a psyop, basically. It's an anti-left psyop. It's leftists being paid by rightists to stir up division for no reason other than to benefit the right. But like, there are pro-Palestinian protesters who are not psyops, who also don't show up at the, you know, talking to conservatives, which is just, I don't know. Yeah, AOC never voted for the Iron Dome funding. You're right. Don't ever put pressure on her. You're right. If we put enough pressure on her, she can invent the time machine, go back, and make sure that the Iron Dome funding only passes with overwhelming support rather than what it got, which was overwhelming support. Just a little more pressure, and she'll invent that time machine. What are we talking about? Like, what? You don't care about effectiveness in politicking. You just virtue signaling. I hate virtue signaling, man. I hate your virtue signaling, okay? It's fucking gay. Was the Iron Dome tied to Ukraine? Dude, it was like 3 years ago or so. I don't know how, I don't remember. It might have been yesterday. I don't fucking remember. Time doesn't mean anything. It's a social construct. You would know that if you were as woke as me. It was in 2021. It was tied to Ukraine funding. Well, it can't be 2021 and tied to Ukraine funding. It's not relevant to me. The point is that this has nothing to do with like not protesting against the right. I don't know, man. I feel like you could go a long way screaming at Republicans that they're Israel first. Republicans' slavish support of Israel is not as popular as their other positions. It's just the position they have to take to back their benefactors, and they're very aggressive about it. But it's not as popular. You know, I really do think you could like say Israel first, Israel first, Israel first at like, you know, any Republican legislator or governor or whatever. And you could probably like get them to fluster a bit. Like the Greg Abbott thing. Yeah, Greg Abbott typing up an essay about how it's anti-Texas to not spend your city's tax dollars on Israeli weapons or whatever. It's like, it's a vulnerable point for them, you know, more so than Democrats, especially because Democrats aren't in power right now. This guy's shirt fits well. I blame mental illness personally. It could also be mental illness. It could be mental illness. It could be a psyop, but it's one of those two things. You know? No one can even hear anything. It doesn't matter because the point is to be disruptive, right? Can we just call her weird or wrong and not advocate for her being dragged out or called a bitch? No, I think she's a bitch and I think she should be dragged out. I'm fine with that. I don't know. I mean, otherwise, like every single, I've spent my entire, I was about to say political career. Hold on one second. Let me just like huff a giant fart in the air. No, I was like the whole time I've had this channel, like I've seen so much like unforced error making on the part of the left to the point where I can't distinguish who the psyops are from like who the mentally ill people are. I don't know what's real. It's it is insane that we have an environment where AOC and Bernie Sanders can go out and get massive crowds attending them, and Trump gets tiny crowds, or, you know, just Republican offices in general. They get like very, very, very little public attention, and yet somehow they won the popular election. And then when lefties go out, they're harangued constantly by these weird, ill psyops. And then you think it's all made up, it's all fake, it's all paid for. But then you go on social media and like, no, there are still people who consider themselves leftists. Not paid operatives, they're regular people, but they really genuinely do think that like the way forward is to get rid of the revisionists and the sellouts, and the best way of doing that is to harass people like AOC. And they're just like so lost in the sauce, you know? I don't know. It's so many years of my life, and far more for people who have been doing this for longer. I don't know, Sam Cedar or whatever. Just, you see this happen over and over and over and over again. I am a nurse. Interesting. Well, I mostly just saw people online making fun of the woman, not AOC, which I'm happy to see, I guess. I definitely think that particular sect of the fake online left who only wants to bully AOC and Ilhan Omar or whatever definitely died down after the election, because a lot of them were just like Green Party adjacent political operatives. Not to sound conspiratorial or anything, but I think that's true. Remember before the election, especially during the primaries, this was like a constant subject of discussion, and now it's died down immensely. And I really do think that's because a lot of those people were just paid operatives. Can't wait for 2028 when, you know, Jill Stein's going to show up again and do the exact same thing all over again. Code Pink and PSL are literal confirmed paid operatives. It's not even me. Yeah, of course. Yeah, for sure. How's the Met Gala doing? Black dandyism was the theme for the Met Gala, or one of the themes for the Met Gala, correct? Damn. Looking good. What does that mean? Black dandyism? Well, dandyism is like a specific social and aesthetic subculture, right? It refers to like a kind of like effete, prim, high status, pretty homosexual coded, I would say, performative dress, and you know, like the way in which it relates to the black community. So gay? I mean, yeah, like Prince. I would say Prince is very dandy-esque, yeah. Formerly known as. Yeah, well, you know. Really good stuff, though. Oh, it's like pimp attire? Well, that's probably the most like inelegant white person looking in through the window with their cheeks pressed up against the glass kind of way to put it. But like, yeah, there's a relationship there. straight up racist? Yes, but there is a relationship there. But the fact that you thought that first is racist. But also, there's something to it. Sometimes that's how it is, you know? Life's hard. Fashion might be cool, but the Met Gala makes me sick. It's just famous people huffing their own farts, IMO. Respectfully, the anti-Met Gala hate is really dumb. It's a charity show to raise money for like theatrical costuming museum, right? Or like a society. It's wealthy people go there to show off outfits made by very talented, like top of their industry, you know, haute couture fashion designers. And they show off their cool outfits. You know? Charity. I mean, yeah. Right, it's charity. I don't know, seems okay. Could be a little less opulent, but maybe that's just the poor in me reflexively speaking. Well, opulence is kind of the point. I mean, if the charity's point is to raise money, there's going to be money at the event. Like that's the event, that's the point. Vosh, I disagree. It's in poor taste. 75,000 for a ticket, ridiculous. That's how they raise the money. That's why the ticket is expensive. That's why there are wealthy people there. That's the money. That's the point of the money. But I want to go. Okay, there we go. So it stems from envy, which, you know, to be fair, I would also like to be in the room with this individual. My God. I get that. Yeah, honestly, I wish that wealthy people use their money like this more often. Like nowadays, what do wealthy people do with their money? I don't fucking know. They like stand-up comedians produce their own god-awful Netflix comedy show that runs for 2 seasons. They invest it in cryptocurrencies. I don't fucking know. I'd rather they do like, you know, showcase the arts like this, which is exactly what's being done here. You know, they're showcasing the art. High quality outfits are expensive. It's also a public service that funds and allows for this kind of artisanship for all to see. Yeah, because the money that's raised for the charity goes towards the foundation, and also you're public at the gala, right? Like people take photos, so everything you see is public. It's not like a behind the scenes like secret event. And they're trying to preserve the art so that, you know, everyone can engage with it. I think it's nice. Is it just the one person dressed up? No, no, no. She's just stealing the show right now. And she deserves it. That's true. All right. Can't put it off any longer. Let me close these tabs that I'm not doing anything with right now. Okay. Let me take a piss and we'll do it. Yo. Okay. If the Met Gala is charity, then isn't it just a way for the rich to write off their taxes? But yeah, but that's just how the US tax code works, you know? I mean, that's like, there are plenty of things the wealthy could be doing with their money that's worse than charity. I do appreciate the fact, though, that, like, well, okay, when wealthy people want to write money off their taxes, they don't do it by buying a $75,000 gala ticket because that's peanuts to them, you know? They donate like massive amounts of their personal wealth to foundations that they personally have built so that they can reap the benefits of the investment in that institution when it's registered as like a 501c3 or whatever, okay? This is about preserving the arts. It's not a big financial strategy. There aren't wealthy people in the back end making a ton of money off of it. It's just like a way of wealthy people working together with talented artists to make something cool. Look, as long as you live in a society with wealthy people, I think that's a good thing for them to be doing. Wouldn't that be better than like 99% of the stuff that wealthy people do with their wealth? I think that we reflexively dislike what we see in the Met Gala because it writes as opulence like visually. But what we're looking at is art. Do you think wealthy people dress like at the Met Gala all the time, right? It's not like a showcase of like the sort of cultural austerity of wealthy people or anything like that. Like there's real artistry there. I would love it if wealthy people uplifted artists more often, you know? Who knows what Michelangelo would have been able to do with his life if it weren't for the fact that through circumstance he was elevated by his, you know, patrons, giving him money to produce sick-ass art. Like a lot of what we enjoy about old art is a product of that patron-artist relationship, which frankly, in a society with wealthy people, I just think that's a better way of doing things. Better than like every talented artist in my generation needing to like desperately scrape together enough to make rent by juggling their personal projects that get 4 views per post with like commissions of gay furry inflation art that actually pay the bills, you know? Like, I don't know. It seems like there are better models. I don't know. And also being a barista. Yes, that's also true. All right. You know, I'm not going to lie, folks. I did not think it was an hour long. What are the highlights here? What have I seen? Trump was directly asked by the interviewer if it's his responsibility to uphold the Constitution, and he said, I don't know. I'll ask my lawyers. I think that was his answer to basically everything. That's the highlight, right? Like, everyone's seen that clip. Everyone's seen that clip. I'll just show that clip because I don't know how far I'm going to make it in this. Honest to God, this is a humiliation ritual. Trump has mentally declined. He's not in charge of his own administration. He is the doddering mascot that everyone has to suck up to. He's the senile grandpa. Everyone else wants to get written into the will, so everyone's like baking him cookies and giving him milk. You know, everyone's trying to make sure they get written in at the end, and his word is law, but he also has no idea what's going on. So how long am I going to last? Well, I don't know. Ask your mother. The answer, a pretty long time. Where's the clip? Yeah, there we go. We'll just skip the, they're just acknowledging this from the bat.
Agree. Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree? Mr.
I
President?
don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as
I
president?
don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
So like I said, it's a humiliation ritual, right? Like they are allowing Trump to do interviews because Trump wants to do interviews, and they're only giving Trump information that they are comfortable with him drip feeding to the press because he has no self-control. The problem is that he's like lost it to the point now where he can't even pretend to, like, he no longer has the faculties necessary to answer with a definitive yes when he's asked, do you believe it's your job to uphold the Constitution? Because the obvious answer from his perspective is yes, and that's all I've done. It's the radical left lunatics who want to destroy the Constitution, right? Easy. Any one of his toadies in the Oval Office or in the White House would say that. That's like easy one right there. That one's for free. But does he say that? No, because he's gone, man. He's gone.
President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here to mark your first 100 days in office. It has been an incredibly busy 100 days. You've signed more than 140 executive orders. You've been focused on the border, the economy, foreign policy. What is your biggest goal in the next 100 days?
Could it be that he doesn't give a fuck to even say the fake answer and more as well? No, I think that he thinks he's right, telling the truth, and I think that he thinks everyone else is wrong. His behavior in the past weeks has like completely reshaped my understanding of his psyche. I no longer think he's even capable of lying. I'm not joking. I like his mind is like a sieve, like it just drips through. I genuinely don't think he could lie if he wanted to. I think he just says things that he thinks are true. Whether that's him taking things that he knows are wrong and believing them as though they're truth, or him just blustering through the information that he's told, which I think is more likely. I don't really know. I don't think he's consciously lying, basically.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of results. We've already seen them on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country. It was 99.999, and nobody ever thought that was possible. In fact, Biden, if you remember, said he has to get legislation. And I said, no, you just need a new president. And I guess I was right. We have the best border we've ever had. We're doing great on illegal immigration. We are being hit hard by judges that I think they're trying to take away the power of the presidency. I was elected in a massive landslide and a big vote. We won the swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the district votes by tremendous numbers. We won everything. And one of the primary reasons I was elected was to get people out of our country that were allowed. We have prisoners, we have murderers, we have terrorists in our country, we have people from mental institutions that are seriously insane. They all came in through Biden's open border policy, and I was elected to get them out and to seal the border, but to get them out. And we'll have judges, they're activist judges, they're saying, well, you know, you don't have the right to take out murderers and people that you don't even want to talk about. These are really some really bad criminal people, and they're here illegally. So, you know, they talk about your next question will be due process, but they talk about due process, but do you get due process when you're here illegally?
We're going to talk about.
Yes. So the reason I say humiliation ritual is because I think that it's a little bit, and look, I'm not really much of a patriot. It is a little bit extremely humiliating to be in a country where the head of state and government, where the president is obviously not only not mentally there, but that his handlers aren't even trying to set him up to appear as though he's there. There are two possibilities. One of them is that Trump is being very directly and very deliberately controlled, you know? Examples of this happening. You could argue Reagan in his second term. To an extent, you could argue Biden towards the end of his term, arguably maybe his entire term. That is to say, they're not all there, but the people around them are on it. And I think that was true with Biden. I think that the people around Biden were like, okay, we're going to protect him from the press. We're going to protect him from his own cabinet secretaries. We're going to protect him from everyone because obviously he can barely talk, you know. We're going to try to like orchestrate this. We're going to puppet. We're going to Weekend at Bernie's this. The other possibility, and that, by the way, happens all the time. Yeah, Woodrow Wilson's wife. Exactly. That's happened many times in America and in other countries. You have world leaders who are not all there. They're not fully present. They can't really do their job. However, it would be very destabilizing and also like humiliating for them to be removed because of it. So you have other people pick up the slack. That is normal. I also think to an extent that's what happened during Trump's first term. I think that Trump was back then also like kind of an idiot. He wasn't anywhere near as compromised as he is right now, but he was still an idiot, you know. He would try to do stupid things, and the people around him, neocons, seasoned Republican officials, you know, veterans of the political game, would go, okay, sure, Donnie, and then they would just do what they were going to do anyway. That's the reason why, in spite of Trump tweeting like an idiot throughout the entirety of his first term, very little of it actually got done. For the most part, under Trump in the first term, the country ran kind of normally. That's true. With the exception of some of the tariffs that he implemented, which were his idea, and what he enabled at the border, like family separation, most of the running of the country from a federal perspective happened basically as it normally does. And that's because Trump didn't really decide that, you know? But this time, I think it's more likely, based on the fact that he's still having these interviews, based on the fact that he's answering the way he's answering, that we have a very rare situation, which is that no one is picking up the slack. You have an incompetent, unworkable leader, and everyone around him is just kind of there. I think you have people like Stephen Miller, who are obviously putting more effort into trying to guide Trump towards the positions you want him to have, but it doesn't seem like they have a handle on things. It seems like they're letting too much of his obvious mental incompetence leak out into the public. They're not really like keeping a handle on things within the White House, within the administration. It's a humiliation ritual because like they're not even pretending, I guess. Does that make sense? Do you all understand my like thought process? The reason I'm saying this is because I want to frame appropriately the way I talk about Trump and the administration in the future, right? If the administration was competent, they would be covering for Trump the way they did in his first term. In the first term, it was mostly because he's stupid. Now it's because he's stupid and mentally feeble. But they're not doing that. They're just letting it all leak out. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. I just wish we knew who was actually running this bitch. That's my point. I don't think anyone is. I think Stephen Miller is the most likely candidate for the person who's whispering in his ear the most, but I don't think there's any actual control. I think that if right now, if you are a member of Trump's cabinet, it's basically lawless. You can do or say anything that you want as long as it's more or less in line with what Trump wants, because at the end of the day, he's still the grandpa with the will. Like, as long as what you're doing feels like it's in line with that, it's free game. You can enrich yourself, you can engage in corruption, you can fire, you can hire, it doesn't matter. As long as you stay in Trump's good graces, you're fine. But there's no overriding authority. There's no sensible rulemaking coming down from the top. Anyway, I'm rambling a lot.
About all of that. We are going to talk about deportation, but I want to start on the economy, sir, which obviously the biggest issue for voters. We got new numbers today, better than expected job numbers.
Much better.
At the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter. You've been arguing all week that this is President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Well, I think certain aspects of it are. Costs are. Well, I was able to get down the costs, but even that, it takes a while to get them down, but we got them down good. We lost $5 to $6 billion a day with Biden. $5 to $6 billion, and I've got that down to a great number right now in a record time. You know, we're talking about 100 days, but just think of what that is: $5 billion a day we're losing on trade, and we were very tough with China, as you know. We put 145% tariff on. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing, and we've essentially cut off trade relationships by putting that much of a tariff on, and that's okay. We've gone cold turkey. That means that we're not losing. You know, we lost $1 trillion to China. $1 trillion. That means we're not losing $1 trillion when we go cold turkey.
Again, when he says we lose money to other countries, this is what he calls a subsidy. This is when we buy things from them. So, like, if you lose money to your grocery store, you get food, usually. Or, like, hand soap. They usually cover that. They have that in grocery stores. You're buying things. That's what he's referring to. Again, I don't think he's lying. I think he's wrong. I don't think he's lying. I don't think a person capable of dishonesty at this point would choose to be dishonest in this way. It is incoherent and ineffective to their own strategy. It's too crazy to be a deliberate strategy. If you go back and look at him back in his first term, I think he lied all the time, and I think that it was obvious when he was doing kind of like a crafted narrative.
Because we're not doing business with them right now. And they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal very badly. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's got to be a fair deal. But think of it, we're losing $1 trillion. And that was a big part of the $5 million a day.
And I want to talk about China, but just staying on this idea of the economy. On the eve of your inauguration, the stock market spiked. You called it the Trump effect. Are you?
It spiked because I was elected president.
Well,
it spiked because of anybody else. It spiked because they see what I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to do with the tariffs and everything else. And I think it's actually working out better than we anticipated. Did you see oil prices? Did you see gasoline is now below, in many cases, in many states, below $2 a gallon, $1.98, $1.99, $1.97?
Well, my question, sir, is when the stock market spiked, you said this is the Trump effect. When the numbers weren't so good earlier this week, you said it's the Biden effect. Are you only taking ownership of the good numbers and not the bad numbers?
Well, I think he did a lot of very bad things, and despite some of the bad things, we're overcoming them. But he was bad on the border. He was bad on the economy. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Look, Biden gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. People, it didn't matter what they made because they were losing their shirt because of costs. Now take a look at what happened. Oil is down, gasoline is down, groceries are down, eggs. You were the one that asked me. You asked me about eggs. It was the first week. I didn't even know anything about what were you talking about. Egg prices were so high you couldn't buy eggs. They didn't have any eggs. And they said Easter is going to be a disaster. Well, we had Easter at the White House, and we had thousands of eggs, and they were down 87%.
Yeah, a lot of that.
Why didn't Biden blame Trump for everything? Unironically, like liberal civility, and because he's a massive pussy. I think Biden also had to dial back the antagonism a little bit because of his cognitive decline, the fact that he couldn't speak that well. I think Biden, like, as he spoke back during Obama's first term, would have torn into Trump a lot more, just because it's easier to be antagonistic when you don't sound like you're dying yourself, you know? Trump has really been aided by his decades on TV. That really is the difference between him and Biden. He's cognitively, Trump is way behind Biden. Way behind, like Biden's tired and can't speak well and is definitely like forgetful and so on. Like, you know, he's definitely like down there, right? Trump is way the fuck below Biden in terms of cognitive ability. In terms of functionality, this shit is effortless to Trump. And that's the only reason why it looks any different. Credit where credit is due. Trump is born to be in front of a camera. He just knows how to handle himself in front of one. It's on autopilot. It doesn't matter if his cognition's down. He doesn't have to think about this stuff. He just does it reflexively.
Of course, the spike was because of bird flu, but when does it become the Trump economy?
Why do you say that?
Well, tell me,
we had the same bird flu as he had.
When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now, and I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy, because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything, from his auto pen, which I'm sure he knew nothing about some of the things he was supposedly signing, to immigration. You look at what happened with immigration, how bad it was. Think of it. We have murderers. 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered more than one person. Think of that. And they're in our country. Now, we've gotten a lot of them out, and we know who many of them are, and we're on the hunt. But why would anybody do that? Why would anybody, who could do such a thing? Would it allow hundreds of thousands and even millions of people into our country who are criminals and murderers at the highest level. Who would do this?
But, sir, you acknowledge when you announced your tariffs, for example, the stock market dropped. It's been volatile. It has since gone up.
It is,
do
but
you
now
take
it's going up.
responsibility
Look at
for that?
today.
Yeah. Do you take responsibility when it drops?
Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, but I've only just been here for a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what's happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days where it's gone up? And the tariffs have just started kicking in, and we're doing really well psychologically. I mean, the fake news was giving me such press on the tariffs.
Democrats should be talking about how immigrants literally commit less crime. Not a good strategy, not a good narrative for the national. You're still talking about what Republicans want you to talk about, which is immigrants and crime. You should talk about how the real crime committers are Republicans. Talk about all the mass shooters, the neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and so on. Talk about Trump's connection with Epstein. You have to deflect. You're not really deflecting from an argument because their argument is wrong. It's empirically wrong. But you want to redirect that energy. You don't want to be on the defensive. We've been on the defensive for too long. They come up with a lie, we have to waste time correcting it. No one listens to the correction.
The tariffs are going to make us rich. We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade.
So for one, unironic degrowther argument, which is incredible, from Trump of all people. For two, you can really tell the way he latches on to any given way of arguing a point that everything he says is just somebody talking to him. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump said to Stephen Miller or someone like Stephen Miller, you know, they're saying tariffs are going to make something more expensive. That doesn't make any sense. It's going to make us rich. And Stephen Miller says, no, it's going to make us very, very rich. But also, you know, people don't need 30 dolls from China, cheap plastic dolls, you know? It's fine if they have fewer. And then he just runs with it, you know? He's just regurgitating what he's told. It's like the Joe Rogan thing, except Joe Rogan mostly did it to come across as agreeable. Like Joe Rogan was always a grifter. Trump actually is like that. His mind has just enough space to pull in a few ideas, and they drip out everywhere he goes.
Trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying
they don't need
Americans
$30.
could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can
See, he doesn't understand what he's saying. See, he doesn't understand what he's saying. He doesn't understand what the implications are. Oh, they're not going to have $30. They're going to have $2 because they're more expensive. No, they're not going to be more expensive. So you're saying they're going to be fewer products? No, there aren't going to be fewer products. He doesn't know what it means. He's just saying the things that he's being told.
3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
But you're basically
Five
saying
is actually not enough pencils for a lot of things. If you're using pencils day to day, I don't think that's actually enough. I think that's actually being limited to 5 pencils would be considered like a severe poverty in a lot of poor countries on Earth, I think.
there could be some supply shortages
Basically saying
because
we
of
don't
the
have to
tariff.
waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items,
whoa.
tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already. Prices are down on groceries. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline. And let me tell you, when you have the big thing, what he did, he spent like a stupid person, which he was, but he spent like a very stupid person. And that was bad for inflation. But what really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4, and in California, $5 and $6, right? Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right now. When you go that much lower on energy, which is ahead of my prediction because I really thought I could get it down into the 250s. We have it down at $1.98 in numerous places. But when you say costs are going up, even mortgage rates are going down.
Well, but let me give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going down, some prices are going up. Tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you campaigned on a promise to bring prices down on day
Well, I don't know. When
one.
you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller someplace.
But what do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now?
And they're getting it.
Right now? What about those
even mortgage rates?
different items I just
mortgage
mentioned?
rates are going down despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said even dolls could cost a couple bucks more.
Maybe they might, but you don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can have 2, 3, 4 and save a lot of money. We don't need to feed the beast.
I guess you're talking about this.
I did see this. I saw that the reason why Trump is fixating on the 198 gas price figure, which is not what gas costs anywhere in the United States, RBOB gasoline futures have traded below 198 per gallon. It's possible he just saw that number and he's running with it. Of course, he does believe it. Again, like I am fully committed to the position that Trump never thinks he's lying. That is what I believe now. I think that if he says something, he believes that it's true, which might also be the reason why he's doing these interviews. Because if you have an interview with somebody like J.D. Vance or Scott Bessent, I feel like they're a lot more vulnerable to an interviewer because Scott Bessent and J.D. Vance know they're fucking lying, and they are more psychologically susceptible to some strategies to get them to trip up, which J.D. Vance has tripped up multiple times when he's interviewed about stuff he said. Remember when he admitted he likes to make stories when he was confronted by an interviewer over the they're eating the cats and dogs thing? You never got an admission like that out of Trump. Why? Because Trump fucking believed it. You get it? By the way, food prices are actually up. Yeah, prices are going up right now. Obviously, what Trump is saying is incorrect. It's just, I don't know, really revealing how gone he is, I guess. You know? What beast is being fed $30? I think he means China. When he says feed the beast, I think he means China. But I don't know. It's crazy stuff.
Transition cost. How long should people expect that transition to last, Mr. President?
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of money. We're doing great. Again, we're losing more than $5 billion a day. $5 billion a day. You don't talk about that. And right now, we're going to be at a point very soon where we're making money every day. Look,
how soon?
We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars.
It is a theory of trade so stupid that it doesn't have an ideology attached to it. Nobody believes this. There is no economist that believes this or argues this. No one. There's no ideology. There's no name to it. It is a it is a misunderstanding of economics in line with not grasping object permanence. The idea that when you trade with another country, you're losing money, so that if you don't trade, you get to save money. It is, well, you know, it actually would have been kind of true during the feudal age under mercantilism, but not anymore. But why don't the reporters ever call him out for that? Well, I would like it if reporters were more direct with Trump. The problem, again, is that you're literally arguing with a senile old man. He has no coherent argument or position. He doesn't believe the ramifications of anything that he says. Like, look at what just happened there. He said people will, rather than having 30 dolls, they'll have 2 and they'll be more expensive. And she asked, so will prices go up? He says no. So will shelves be empty? He says no. What do you do with that? He doesn't understand what he's saying. You're talking to like a doll that has the wind up, like the pull string on the back. He's not, it's just words to him. Remember how earlier we were talking about how in Frieren, the demons fake human behavior, but they don't understand it cognitively? They're predators that feast on people, and the way they do that is by mimicking our behavior magically. He's doing that. That's what he's doing. There's no underlying. What was that one bit in the show where the demon lied and said, my father taught me how to do this because it was a way of gaining trust from the human he was talking to, and then the human left, and another demon asked, what's a father? And the person who said, my father trained me to do that, said, I don't know. It's like that. You can't have a conversation with them. You can't really have a conversation with Trump. He has no idea what he's doing or what he's talking about.
Very simple.
You take me to my next question, which is about China. They've been making a number of public statements.
Very positive statements the last 24 hours.
Well, and most recently, they said before talks could happen, the U.S. would need to remove unilateral tariffs. Would you consider dropping the tariffs to get China to the negotiating table?
No. First of all, you're giving me a statement that was said a week ago. You're not giving the statement that was said today.
I have May 2nd Chinese Commerce Ministry.
Do you know what they said today?
The U.S.
We're
wants to
looking
negotiate.
forward.
It should show sincerity by preparing to take actions in correcting its mistakes and canceling the unilateral tariffs.
They made, first of all, they made numerous statements.
Yes, they've made
you know
numerous
how many
statements.
people speak for
Yes.
China? It's like
Yes.
50
They've
different-
made numerous
I can give
statements,
you
yes.
a statement for any occasion.
Yes, yes.
But they said today they want to talk. Look, China, and I don't like this. I'm not happy about this. China's getting killed right now. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof. I'm not looking to do that to China. Now, at the same time, I'm not looking to have China make hundreds of billions of dollars and build more ships and more army tanks and more airplanes.
So you're not, just to be very clear, you're not dropping the tariffs against China to get them to the negotiating table. Those tariffs are staying on.
Why would I do that?
Would you lower them?
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them.
Yeah.
And they want to do business very much. Look, their economy is really doing badly. Their economy is...
Remember, he just said that it's good that we're not trading with China because now we keep the money and save it rather than giving it to them. But now he's saying, well, of course, in the future we have to trade with China. He doesn't understand what any of these statements mean. The whole point was to bring back manufacturing, remember? But also the point is to use it as leverage to bring down something, the trade imbalance, but also we have to trade with them. But also the trade imbalance isn't even the issue because we don't want to give them our currency at all. Like, there's no... I know I keep saying this. I just think it's really important to understand the extent to which we as a nation are being humiliated by the trotting out of this man as our head of state, you know, in spite of his obvious mental incompetence.
collapsing.
So small businesses say they are being hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut
And
down.
many businesses are being helped.
Are you
Look at the
considering
automobile
tariff
business.
relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you know, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of the union, who was no fan of mine, Fain, Sean Fain, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what's Trump's done for the automobile? I can't believe it. I assume he's going to probably now say the next thing he can say is, I endorse this guy. He's the greatest I've ever seen. He can't believe it's happened. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing. So why don't you mention the big car industry?
This is why I criticize Sean Fain for what he did, of course. I think there's just the idea of this like selective endorsement of low IQ fascist economic policy is indefensible.
Instead of mentioning somebody that's doing strollers.
Well, I'm just asking you about small businesses. Are there any discussions about giving any relief to small businesses?
They're not going to need it.
Okay. Are these
They're going to make so much money.
are these tariffs?
If you build your product here. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very easy. It's very simple.
Are these tariffs permanent, Mr. President?
Depends on what you're talking about. one of the things that is going to bring and has brought. So I think we probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. Mm-hmm. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But, you know, let's say we had to get started. We had a lot of fake news at the beginning, so we had to beat that down. But so let's say in 2 months. So in just a short period of time.
Major figures in logistics industry saying it's already too late to reverse course and an extinction level asteroid's headed towards U.S. small business. Oh, yeah, for sure. Small business is basically done. At least most of them are. The only companies that are going to be able to survive these tariffs are going to be the big box stores, you know, stores that can build massive inventory, that can reroute from different sources, that can engage in the trickery necessary to avoid paying the highest tariff. Small businesses already have trouble competing with big businesses, but it's all those trends are going to accelerate rapidly.
Time, a matter of a couple of months, we have the largest number ever in history invested in the United States and committed. We have between guaranteed, spoken for, and people that are going to make a decision and announce it pretty soon, close to $9 trillion. We've never had anything close. Now, that's Apple building $500 billion worth of plants. They always built their plants in China. Now they're building their plants over here. That's the biggest computer company, the biggest.
They're actually moving their production to India and Vietnam.
Chip company in the world. You know, the chip company from Taiwan, which is the biggest in the world, is committed for $500 billion. Another one's committed for $300 billion. We have companies, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And let me tell you the other thing, very importantly, automobile companies, plant after plant after plant, Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I don't like this, but it happens to be. They're stopping work in Mexico and they're stopping work in Canada and they're all moving here.
This is important, though. You're not taking the possibility that these tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
No, I wouldn't do that because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
Let me ask you
You
about,
understand that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, but that's why I'm asking, because there's a lot of, I think, uncertainty for CEOs, for business owners. They want to know, are these tariffs permanent?
I think there's only uncertainty in the fake news. I don't think there's uncertainty. I mean, I've been very rigid, very strong on it, but I will say I'm flexible. Like with respect to parts made outside of the country, I gave the automobile companies a little extra time. You know, you're talking about 15% and then 10% of the parts put in a car. I gave them a little extra time without penalizing them. And I did that only to help, you know, companies. We're looking to help companies. We want them to thrive and to hire a lot of people, and that's what's happening.
Let me ask you about some of what Wall Street has said. Some people on Wall Street have expressed concerns that the possibility of a recession is increasing. And I want to know what you think about that.
I can't even follow his logic. Again, he's just saying stuff that he's been told and threading it together through his, at this point, near instinctual mastery of the weave. It's not, again, he's not like thinking about what he's saying. Why bother listening to this guy? He lies endlessly. Well, leaving aside the fact that he's not lying, he is the president.
Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you know, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I like to tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say that we're going to have the greatest economy in history. Why don't you talk about them? Because some people on Wall Street say this is the greatest thing. Well, that's what I'm getting at.
That's what I'm getting at, though. It's the same question.
Yeah, there are many people on Wall Street say this is going to be the greatest windfall ever happened.
And that's my question.
Remember
the
this.
long term. Yeah. Is it okay in the short term to have a recession?
This. Look, yeah, everything's okay. What we are, I said, this is
irresponsible platforming. He's the president. I understand you're upset with him. Why are you being stupid?
Transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically. One of your colleagues on another fake news station, ABC, said, do you guarantee 100% that a certain person is going to do a fantastic job as, let's say, Secretary of Defense, okay? Because that was the question. I said, what kind of a question is that? Do I guarantee 100%? Nobody guarantees 100%. But I will say this. I think we're going to have an economy the likes of which we've never had before. You know, my 4 years were phenomenal, as you know, the stock market. In fact, even though we had to go through the COVID thing, that horrible situation with COVID, we did numbers. And when I gave it over, when I handed it over, the election was rigged, and because of that, we have a lot of problems, by the way. But when I handed it over, what happened? The market was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in.
Yeah.
Nobody could believe it. The stock market I'm talking about.
I don't want to look back, but you did take your case to court about that.
Back.
You took your case to court about your allegations against the election. Let me ask you,
There's
sir.
no question about it. The election was rigged. The facts are in, and it's still being litigated. Let's go.
You did take your case to court more than 60 times and didn't win those cases.
I won a lot of court
Just
cases.
to button that up, though, sir. Just to button that up.
What are you talking about?
How
the election
worried are you?
Are we talking about
No,
the election
let's
of
talk about
2020?
here and now. Let's talk about
the
here and now.
election of 2020?
Let's not talk about. Let's talk about here and now. Are you worried about a recession?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we're going to have the greatest
I
economic.
mean, are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
Anything can happen, but I think we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to have the greatest economic boom in history.
This another funny consequence of his inability to lie, honestly, I think, is the fact that he no longer answers or questions with a definitive yes than any other politician in the world. Any politician in the world, if they were asked, are you 100% confident in the person you pick for the job? So you're sure there will be no recession? Would say, of course. Of course I am. But Trump, because he's all about the honesty, right? He's like, well, I can't guarantee that, which is true, right? You know, he's been at like, well, do you think there will be a recession? He's like, I can't tell the future, which is, I mean, the correct. I mean, it's true. I don't know.
Let me ask you about this call to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos this week in response to a report that Amazon was going to display tariff costs next to product prices. Are you going to punish CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
I think what is a great misnomer is the word tariff in many cases. It's not, to me, I don't view it as a tax. I view it as an incentive for people to come into the United States and build plants, factories, offices, a lot of things. I think it's an incentive, but the thing that's not known is if you look back and see, oftentimes like China or Vietnam or other countries, not just China, because China's an abuser, but there are other abusers. Many of them are friends, the so-called, I say friend and foe, and friend is oftentimes worse than foe. But what people don't understand is, and this is a lot, the country eats the tariff, the company eats the tariff, and it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China is eating the tariffs right now.
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. We've never been anywhere near that.
What did you say to Jeff Bezos?
He's just a very nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately.
So he changed course. And will you take that same tactic with other CEOs if you
I'll
feel
always
like
call people if I disagree with them. If I think that somebody's doing something that's incorrect, wrong, or maybe hurtful to the country, I'll call. Absolutely. Wouldn't you want me to call? Biden wouldn't call because he didn't know what was happening, but I do.
Takes me to my next question. Today's strong jobs report.
I still think Bezos will put it back. Yeah, it could be like a first term bit where Trump gets mad about something and people say they won't do it. And then when he changes his attention to something else, they just do it anyway because it doesn't matter. Yeah, his position on this, he genuinely does seem to think that China is the one paying for the tariffs, which, again, like, there's no getting past that. I mean, that's the opinion of the vast majority of his voters, too.
Report likely means, not clear, but likely means the Fed is less likely to lower interest rates.
Well, he should lower them. And at some point he will. He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine. He just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And, it's just one of those things. He should lower them. And I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he should lower interest rates.
Do you rule out removing Fed Chair Jerome Powell
I'm not, I get to change him very quickly anyway. It's in a very short period of time.
in 2026? You're not going to remove, you don't have plans to remove him before 2026 when his time's up?
That was a total, why would I do that? I get to replace the person in another short period of time.
Okay. This week, you reshuffled your national security team.
Yeah.
You moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to UN ambassador. Just to remind our viewers, Waltz, of course, started that unsecure text chain where sensitive information was shared. Mr. President, was that move a punishment?
No, I just think he'll do a nice job in the new position. Marco's doing an outstanding job. No, Marco won't keep, Marco's very busy doing other things, so he's not going to keep it long term. We're going to put somebody else in. But I think Mike was, as you know, he's a fine guy, and I think he'll do a very good job. Knows the countries, knows leadership, and I think he'll do a very good job at the United Nations. And in the meantime, Marco's really doing something special, and it's going to work out very well.
We're hearing some potential names. Stephen Miller's name, one of your longtime, most loyal aides. His name has been talked about as a potential national security advisor. Is he someone you're looking at?
Well, I'd love to have Stephen there, but that would be a downgrade. Stephen is much higher in the totem pole than that, in my opinion.
Can you tell us who the front runner is?
What is that if not a confirmation? If anyone is the shadow president, it's got to be him. It's got to be him. Play it again. Yeah.
His name has been talked about as a potential national security advisor. Is he someone you're looking at?
Well, I'd love to have Stephen there, but that would be a downgrade. Stephen is much higher in the totem pole than that, in my opinion.
Can you tell us who the front runner is right now?
I have a lot of people that want it. I will tell you.
To be clear, by the way, Stephen Miller officially is just the deputy chief of staff. Like, he's essentially the top. He's the head secretary of the president. Like, he doesn't have anywhere near the amount of institutional power that many, many, many people in the cabinet have. Though it does put him in a, like, essentially in a very close to Trump's ear, right?
I have everybody calling. Everybody wants to be a part of this administration. So at some point we'll, probably do that. There's a theory, Henry Kissinger did both. There's a theory that you don't need two people, but I think I have some really great people that could do a good job.
So Secretary Rubio could continue to have both jobs indefinitely?
He could, yeah, he could. But I think he even would like to probably see, because it is a little bit different. But in the meantime, he'll handle it. And I think Mike, if that goes forward, he still has to get approved. But I think Mike will do a very good job at the United Nations.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, obviously also on that unsecure text chain. He was sharing sensitive information. Are you looking for a new Secretary of Defense? Mr.
No,
President?
not even a little bit. No. Pete's going to be great.
His job is safe right now?
We're doing a fantastic job against the Houthis, who like blowing ships up and watching them sink in the ocean. We're hitting them very hard. No, he's doing a very good job.
His job is safe right now?
Totally safe.
Okay. Let's talk about the border.
Okay.
Let's talk about deportations. Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border?
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's absolutely
Isn't that good?
secure.
When you say that, doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even though you're saying
exactly
the
what you
secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really.
We're going to talk about that, but talk to me first about this.
That's to me the emergency.
Talk to me first about this.
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is It's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including
That's all right.
3
I
on the
mean,
Supreme
you know,
Court.
They change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that happens, but they do change.
Just to button this up, though, are you planning to lift that emergency order anytime soon? Now that the border's secure?
No, we have an
You say the
emergency. We
border's
have a
secure.
massive emergency. Overall, it's an overall emergency.
It's remarkable. The situation at the border is an emergency, but that's not even the real emergency. The real emergency is that the judges won't let us deport people with without giving them due process. Oh, so the emergency's over? Nah, the emergency's sticking around.
On immigration, and if the courts don't allow us to take people out, if we had to have a court case, think of it, every single person, we have millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases. Figure 2 weeks of court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's talk about this, because
Yep. Yep. That is due process. That is how it works.
obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past, of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or
Just saying. Also, when it comes to getting a prisoner who's been unlawfully sent to another country, that would be a matter of state. That is 100% the executive branch. That is, in fact, the president's job as the head of state. You know, that would be Trump and Marco Rubio, who would be responsible for the return of that person to America. But again, like, it's just he has handlers, you know?
or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring him back, though. Your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have
ordered?
the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the attorney general that it's legal.
I have the power to make a request, but only if the attorney general directs me to. I don't think that's true, Mr. President. I think you can actually, in this regard, like legally, you can actually do that on your own. Yeah, the attorney general is your subordinate. She's below you on the executive branch totem pole.
Legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your attorney general has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that. There are some people that say, bring him back, put him in trial, and you get him out right away because you see what happened just this morning. Tapes came out, horrible tapes from his wife. You don't get much worse than that. You don't get, I mean, he seems certainly like a very dangerous, very bad person, but even the wife who was so afraid, she was afraid to talk, and all of a sudden tapes got released this morning that were devastating to him.
And this is the point, sir.
What is he referring to? I think he's referring to the fact that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a domestic abuser or has been credibly accused. I think is, judging by what the wife has said. Doesn't really have anything to do with the case.
About due process. The Constitution says every person, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Why not push to have him come back, present all of that evidence in court, let a judge decide?
Well, I'll leave that to the lawyers, and I'll leave that to the Attorney General of the United States,
But do you
because they're in
agree-
it. You have to understand, I'm dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I'm dealing
And we're
with
gonna talk
China.
about that.
I'm dealing with Iran.
Again, I have to like reemphasize, he never talked like this during his first term. The extent to which, how often he says, that's not my job, talk to somebody else about it. Oh, I don't know. I just listened to these other people. These other people tell me. I'm just waiting. I heard from this other person. No, he was way more like, this is me in the first term.
And I'm dealing with Rwanda and Congo, who are fighting, and we're trying to get that one straightened out. And I think we have done that. Did a great job. Nobody even talks about it, but I think we're close to doing that. They're looking like they're going to maybe make a peace deal, which would be good. But I'm dealing with a lot of different things. I don't know much about this gentleman other than I hear he's an absolute not good person. And I have very capable legal people, and John Sauer, as you know, and all top people. And I have to rely on that to interpret whatever's said by the Supreme Court. Now, with that being said, I have tremendous respect for the Supreme Court. Look, 3 of the people are people I appointed.
Right.
And I have great respect for the Supreme Court. And I would expect that the Attorney General will be doing the right thing.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know.
as
It seems.
See? He does it so often, man. He did not talk like this before.
It might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. Some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have.
Again, here we are again. But like, in the context of the interview,
have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right now in contact with
Tom Homan? I saw Tom Homan responded to a question from an interviewer just earlier this morning.
The president says he doesn't know what his responsibilities are under Article 5 of the Constitution. Who would it be who would educate him about that? Would it be you?
I actually really like this question from the interviewer because they're doing what I've suggested in the past more interviewers do, which is start treating Trump like what he is, which is mentally incompetent. You know? Like stop talking about Trump as though he's making decisions. You're giving him too much credit. Like start talking about him like a demented grandpa who's being manipulated by the people around him.
I think the president is one of the, if not the most knowledgeable president that we've ever had. Look, people can beat on President Trump all you want. President Trump's a game changer. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan.
Do you see how much more sense the way they talk makes when you recognize they're not talking to the public, they're talking to Trump. They're trying to get written into the will. Literally, that's it. They compete for his affection. They talk, they glaze him in the most like absurd, like it's not even about appealing to the voter base. Part of that's because their voter base is already more or less locked in. Part of it's also because I don't think they think there's going to be any more elections. And if there are, they'll be in Moscow with an incomprehensible amount of money by the time any other government takes power.
I'm a border guy. Even President Clinton Obama took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have national security if you don't have border security. No one did more than President Trump during his first administration. We handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he purposely unsecured it. First president in history of the nation to do that. Look at what President Trump achieved in 8 weeks. He did in 8 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't and wouldn't do in 4 years. We have the most secure border in the history of this nation.
You can also kind of see why they're putting Trump up to these interviews rather than any of Trump's officials, because I think a reporter could make Tom Homan bluster. I think they could get him to say some obscene, because even a liar, this is why lying is so difficult, even a very evil person who's willing to lie about anything will trip up. because your mind is still putting effort into keeping consistent answers. You're trying to construct an alternate reality that you're referring to with your lies, which is exhausting. You have to keep it in mind. You have to remember the details. For Trump, it doesn't matter. It's not cognitive. It's effortless. This is Trucia's Lake and Riley quote. For me, the biggest indicator was when Pam Bondi was talking about how Trump saved 200 million Americans from dying to fentanyl-laced Adderall, or no, fentanyl-laced Tylenol. And when she said 200 million, because previously she had said 100 million, but this time at this cabinet meeting, she said 200 million. 258 million. And when she said 258, you know, you could see in the background J.D. Vance doing a little nod. Like that, with his eyebrows raised. Like, oh, that's what we're going with now. Even to people who are good at lying, it's really difficult to not give it away when you're lying so audaciously about everything. Every part of their psyche, their body, their face wants to betray them to give it away. But not Trump. Not this motherfucker. It's an iron wall. There's nothing to get. He has no idea.
Is El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United
States? I don't know. You'd have to ask the Attorney General that question.
Okay. At least 2 Americans have been mistakenly detained and released by your administration, immigration authorities. Mr. President, should lawful residents of this country start carrying paperwork with them when they leave their homes?
I don't think that'll be necessary, but what you're not saying is that many people have been killed, maimed, badly hurt by illegal immigrants that came over that are from prisons and from jails and from mental institutions, and they're hurting our people. And if we don't get them out, we're not going to have a country for long. We need honest, we need honest media, and we need walls. We need to have borders. And by the way, I built a lot of walls, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to have those. You know, we would not be able to have the kind of numbers if I wasn't successful in building hundreds of miles of wall.
Very quickly, sir, the last time you and I spoke in December, you said that you would consider working on getting Dreamers legal status. Dreamers, of course, those who were brought here illegally as children. Where do those efforts stand? Is that a priority for you?
Well, it's not a priority for the Democrats, because every time we talk about it, they don't want to talk about it because I guess they like it as a political issue, but they're not good at political issues because they still want to have men.
That's true, though. That's true.
Playing women's sports.
Well, Republicans do control Congress right now, Mr. President.
But the
Are you going to
Democrats
make Dreamers a priority?
Well, you'd need for that, you would need to have support from Democrats, and we have no support from the Democrats.
Have you had any discussions about Dreamers?
Yeah, we've had discussions. We would do something.
See, I think this is another perfect example right here. This right here would be where J.D. Vance would pause and start arguing against the Dreamers. In his head, he would think, okay, Trump has previously talked about, you know, the importance of giving Dreamers like a path to citizenship, but we don't actually want that. So now I'm going to say, well, we need to vet Dreamers to make sure they're not actually, you know, MS-13 or something. Like, he would try to construct an argument. And again, that would be his weakness. I thought Trump was going to do that too. No, because Trump is 5 levels ahead of J.D. Vance in lying, because he's not even lying. Trump is like, well, yeah, Democrats don't want it. What? Doesn't matter. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's a flawless net. It's impermeable. There's no way through it. It's so crazy to me people don't think this is also a horrible response. It doesn't matter whether or not the response is horrible. People aren't watching this shit. You know? You think the average Trump supporter's watching an NBC Meet the Press exclusive? What matters is that this doesn't give... You're not weakening yourself through rationalization. It's actually like really good rhetorical advice if you are a sociopath or if you don't have any moral standards, which is that you have to let go of the part of yourself that checks your lies to see if they're even credible. And once you're past that hill, you have like unlimited power. You're no longer bound by the self-regulation. Now, in practice, that's basically impossible to do. Unless you're mentally compromised.
I'd love to put in beautiful immigration for everybody, but the Democrats don't want to approve anything. All they want to do is knock out a tax bill. We're trying to get approved right now, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't get approved, it's a 68% tax increase, and that's what the Democrats want. They want a 68% tax increase. It's rather incredible.
And I do want to talk to you about your legislation, but let's talk about DOJ very quickly. DOJ has fired and then rehired thousands of federal workers, including FAA employees in charge of aviation safety, specialists working on nuclear weapon safety. What do you say to those who believe Elon Musk's chainsaw approach has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans?
Well, they found $160 billion worth of fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, I think she's done an amazing job.
Somebody earlier asked how much factionalism there is in the White House. Elon was the first and most obvious case of factionalism because he's so unlikable. He, at first, 100% was trying to steer the reins, but because he's stupid and just really bad at playing the game and unlikable and cringe, he's out of the limelight. Maybe he gets replaced by like Jeff Bezos. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe there's more competition there down the line, but he's out. He's out of the running. Mike Waltz fucked up by doing something too obviously against Trump's wishes. Trump wants de-escalation in the Middle East, and Mike Waltz wants war for Israel. So he's out. I wonder what the next gap is going to be. You know? I wonder what the next line is going to be. I don't know. They're all such like petty, vindictive little freaks. It's hard to say. In terms of who's most intelligent, like within that group, it's definitely Rubio, Miller, and Leavitt to an extent. I don't think Pam Bondi is that bright. I don't think that Lutnick is that bright. What about the border guy? I think Tom Homan is genuinely just extremely racist. Like, I don't think Tom Homan is like playing this broader, you know, House of Cards ass game to take the reign. I think he wants to be the guy whose job it is to bludgeon immigrant children to death. So in a way, that's a kind of sincerity. What makes you think Leavitt's really dictating policy? I don't know. I don't know. There's just something about her that makes me think she's ambitious. I don't think she's as good at it as Miller, though. Women are evil. Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
I think his people have done an incredible job. They're brilliant people. They know the computer. I actually asked him, what's their big trait? He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people were, in many cases, crooks. But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found, your question should be asked a different way. Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion. Think of what $160 billion is. He found $160.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
Well, we're not finished yet. Mm-hmm. We're not finished yet.
Do you think the work continues even though he's leaving?
He said sure. He's leaving behind some very brilliant people. They were on television last night. They're super high IQ people. I like high IQ people. The Democrats don't have many of them.
Let me ask you about some news that broke. You are threatening to rescind Harvard's tax-exempt status.
Yeah.
And yet directing the IRS to investigate and rescind a university's tax-exempt status is contrary to what's in the federal law. The law says you can't do this. Do you think you're following the law?
Well, I tell you, I'm going to just follow what the lawyers say. They say that we're allowed.
Dude. Do you think you're following the law? Oh, I'm just doing what I'm told. Incredible. Like, again, like it's the place your brain has to be at to respond in this way to a question like that. Yeah, you're not supposed to say that out loud, Mr. President.
allowed to do that, and I'm all for it. But everything I say is subject to the laws being 100% adhered to.
Are you willing to take this to court if it becomes a court fight? You're going to take it that far?
We've won a lot of cases.
All right, let's talk about some of the other actions you've taken over the past 100 days. Last month, you directed your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to review 2 people who you perceive to be your political adversaries. And yet you told me in December that you would not direct the Justice Department to investigate your political foes.
I think his handlers don't care anymore because it doesn't seem to matter what he says. It is one, if there's one thing that we can agree on, it's this. The people right now running the White House do not think there's going to be another election. Or at the very least, that it won't be a fair one. They're definitely running things that way. They are not acting like they're gonna, the tariffs, they are not legislating or running the way they would if they thought they had to care about public opinion.
What changed?
Well, no, I just look at people, and I'm not directing anybody. They looked at these 2 people. They might have known it, or they might have heard it from 2 years ago. One person said, he knew me so well. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible. But it's
effortless. No one does this except by instinct. No one does it that well. I mean it. I mean it. He synthesizes these bits so perfectly. He's not thinking about them. I know that because when I'm at my funniest on stream, I'm not thinking about the jokes that I'm telling for the most part. You're stringing together like a chain of like impulsive statements and like threading them into a rhyme. It's not like you're not thinking. Yeah, you're flying by the seat of your hippocampus. Exactly.
It was well known that this one person, it was almost like he was my brother. I don't even know who he is. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was in the Oval Office a few times as a surrogate for, you know, somebody in some form of government, along with 25 other people that sat in the back of the room or stood in the back of the room. I have no idea who this guy is. And he's out there. And then he did a book called Anonymous. I think that's really subversion. I think it's spying. It's something really bad.
But you passed an executive order calling for your Attorney General to investigate that.
For a long time. And the other one said that the election was so wonderful. It was such a, well, it turned out it wasn't a wonderful election. It was a corrupt election.
Let me ask it this way, sir, because when we talked in December, I asked you, what is your message to people who didn't vote for you? Let me remind you of what you said. You said, I love you, and we're going to all work together. How does pursuing your political foes help to unify?
Did I really say I love you?
You really did. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, but I'd like to see.
I promise I'll show it to you. I'll show you the tape.
Look.
How does that help to unify the country?
I want to treat people fairly, whether they voted for me or not. I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake, including, like, even the way you ask questions. Every question is asked in a negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, you know, whatever, but you don't talk about the fact that...
Well, man.
Gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible. You know why they're down, by the way? Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now.
We try to make sure every question is fair, Mr. President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
And I'm fine for responding to you. I don't think you're very difficult at all to respond to be honest with you. But you know what? You should ask some positive things like, sir, it's amazing what you've done with gasoline. Because you know what? Gasoline's big business. A stroller is not big business.
To this question, Mr. President, you said you wanted to unify the country. Does going after political foes undercut that goal?
No, not at all. No, we want honest people.
Okay.
I think you have to do that. We want honest people in this country.
Let me ask you big picture. People who have lived in countries like the Philippines, Hungary, Russia, they look at some of your actions going after civil service, going after universities, law firms, the media. They say it's out of an authoritarian playbook. What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again. Why don't you ask it a different way? Many people wanted to come into our country. Many people love Trump. I won the election. They didn't win the election. I got a lot more votes than they did. I won the popular vote. I won all 7 swing states by a lot. A lot of people were surprised. I said, I think you could win 4, maybe 5. No, I won all 7, and I won by a lot. And I won, actually, I think there was a lot of hanky-panky going on, but it was too big to rig. That's the good news. It's too big to rig. But let me just say, so when you make these statements about, people say this, people, well, you know, they had their chance at the election and they lost big. So you should ask the question differently. You should say, what about the people that want to be in this country? What about the people that love this country?
But what do you say? I'm asking it on behalf of those people to give you a chance to respond to them. What do you say to those people, sir?
Those people are going to be very happy. They're going to have to see some results. And I think
nobody else could do what Trump is doing successfully, right? That is probably true. Yeah, I don't think anyone else in the administration could respond this way. In a way, he really is like their strongest soldier, even without really understanding why. I also think that to an extent, Trump is telling the truth when he says that he wants the best for all the country, even the people who didn't vote for him. Like, he obviously prefers it when people vote for him, and he thinks that everyone who's ever spoken against him in any way is a loser or a liar or a hypocrite or whatever else, and he's never had a single bit of good word. He's never said a good thing about anyone who's criticized him. But I think he does believe that. Yeah, he's telling his truth, exactly. I don't know. Come on, no way he isn't spiteful. Oh no, he's spiteful, but you ever like met a narcissist, or as many of you have claimed you've met a narcissist, but actually just read a thread or two from /raised by narcissists on Reddit, and then since then you've acted like you're an expert on the subject of narcissism? Well, as somebody who's read more than 1 or 2 threads in r/raised by narcissists, because that subreddit is a constant train wreck, the feeling that I get from him is like, the spite is baked into his desire to make America good. Like, he wants an I told you so. You know what I mean? Like, look, everyone's always lying about me. Everyone's always cheating. Everyone's always trying to, like, put me down. Everyone's always so dishonest and rude to me. But hey, everyone, don't you worry. Even if you hate me, I'm gonna show you. Yeah, I don't think he's trying to help people. I think he wants to prove that he's right. Which, I mean, obviously he's not, so no getting around that. You get me, right? I don't know. Just a fascinating figure psychologically. So much is going to be written about him, but in order for the really good stuff to be written about him, we have to move beyond the low-level liberal critiques, which is that he's evil or sociopathic. I don't really think he's sociopathic. I think he's megalomaniacal and narcissistic. He's evil in outcome, but that's not interesting. You got to talk about the really like gruesome stuff in there, because to me, the idea that Trump is evil, okay, so there are evil presidents, great. This is something much nastier. If you want to have an evil president off, Trump's not more evil than Andrew Jackson. He's not. He's just not. But if you want to have like a more interesting conversation about what he represents, like, as a leader, like what he is and what he is in relationship to his administration, that is unique. Only one in history to have done it. That's what I want to see.
We had a great 100 days. There are a lot of people that say it was unprecedented. It was an absolutely unprecedented 100 days. And I hope that they're going to be right.
Do you see dissent as an essential part of democracy?
It's a part of democracy. It is.
See, again, Vance right here would say some bullshit like, of course we value people and their right to critique our administration. However, it's the dishonest left news media. It's oh my God, he's so funny.
An important part of democracy?
Yeah, you're always going to have, Kristen, you're always going to have dissent. There's nothing you're going to do about that. Am I going to get 100% unified? It would be a strange place. I can't even imagine it where 100%. Look, you have people that are good people.
Doesn't have the Assadist
very smart
sauce.
people, and they honestly believe we should have open borders and the entire world should be allowed to pour into our country. I think it's a 95-5 issue, but they believe it. They're not even bad people. Some of them are bad. You have people that honestly believe that men should be allowed to play in women's sports. Some of these people, I don't know any. I haven't been able to find any, but they exist. They say it's an 80-20 issue. I don't believe that. I think it's a 97-3 issue.
Do you think people should have the right to criticize you without fear of reprisal?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. That I do.
And how do you square
And I think that happens.
How do you square that with the fact that you have passed these executive orders asking the Attorney General to look into some of the people who've criticized you, who've been harshest against you?
I have been investigated more than any person in the history of the United States of America. I've been investigated more than the late, great, as I say at my rallies, Alphonse Capone. Alphonse Capone was a nasty man. He was the highest level gangster. And I have been investigated more than Al Capone, more than anybody. These people are evil people, and I won. And I'll tell you what, all I want to happen is for the Department of Justice and the FBI. Pam is great and Cash is great. I think they're two great people, but they're their own people. They want to do a fantastic job.
Hasn't Kash Patel like not been showing up to work? Or was that only for his when he was made the like interim head of a different department? What was the other department that he stopped showing up to? Both? Yeah.
And all I want to do and all I want to ask for is that they be allowed to do their job. I'm not telling them to do anything, and I believe I have the right to do it. I'm, in theory, the top law enforcement officer as the president. We went over this once before, and it turned out I was right. But I'm not looking to use that. We have two great people, and we have many, many incredible people under them, and I just want them to do their job and do it well.
Let me ask you about something I don't think you've been asked much about, which is you've branded your own cryptocurrency. The coin's values actually surged recently after you announced that top holders would be invited to have dinner.
I don't even know that. What did it surge to?
What did it surge to?
Yeah, what's it worth? You might as well tell me, because I have no idea.
Well, it surged. I will find it. Hold on one second. 5.2 or 58%. So 58%.
To what number?
That's not bad. 14.32.
What?
Per No, dollars per cryptocurrency.
$1 billion?
No.
What's the number? I mean, what is the...
He doesn't know what a crypto coin is. I'm sure you know that, but it's worth understanding. He doesn't.
amount?
The meme coin's value hit a peak of $75.35 on January 19th.
But that doesn't mean anything.
And that's before your inauguration, and then it surged.
Look, I'm in favor of crypto.
Let me just ask you.
Incredible. Also worth noting, by the way, but I'm sure this is already like generally understood, that Trump isn't the one minting the meme coin. Obviously. The whole thing is being facilitated, but that's always the case with crypto. It's being facilitated by other people. Other people are profiting. I don't know if he's getting a cut. It doesn't really matter. They're just trying to enrich themselves by saying you get access to Trump if you buy into it. He doesn't know. So it's possible he's not even profiting from it. He has so much more than money. Who cares? You know, like the money matters to other. He's ancient and already wealthy and has infinite power. The other people, his children, other members of the cabinet, they've got a long life ahead of them. I don't know if he's profiting from it. I doubt he is.
What do you say to those who argue that when they hear that, they worry you're profiting from the presidency?
I'm not profiting from anything. All I'm doing is, I started this long before the election. I want crypto. I think crypto is important because if we don't do it, China's going to. Mm-hmm. And it's new. Mm-hmm. It's very popular. Mm-hmm. It's very hot.
See, he thinks that crypto is like AI. He thinks that crypto is a technology that you invest into. Like if we don't do crypto, China will get to it first or something.
if you look at the market, when the market went down, that stayed much stronger than other aspects of the market. But I want crypto because a lot of people, millions of people want it. I don't know if you know that Biden went after it violently, and then before the election, he changed his tune entirely. His head of the SEC, everybody changed their tune. You know why? Because there were hundreds of millions of people that are participating in crypto, and they wanted to get their votes.
So you're not profiting off of the cryptocurrency?
I haven't even
at all?
looked.
Has your family?
I'll tell you what, look.
I believe him completely.
If I own stock in something and I do a good job and the stock market goes up, I guess I'm profiting. But who really profits is somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who uses inside information. She worked for $175,000 a year, and that's at the high end, and she's worth $150, $200 million. Okay? You ought to look at Nancy Pelosi, and you ought to look at some of these politicians that are stone cold crooks. I was very wealthy when I came in. Being president, I probably...
Yeah, unfortunately, he's completely correct on this one. Like, if your moral qualm is with insider trading, it is basically ubiquitous in Congress. Almost every congressperson does it or tries to do it. Obviously, depends on how close they are to the information, whether they're led into the right circles. It is true. That's like a general, they're just more blatant with it now.
Costs me money if you really look. In fact, I do something that no other president has done. They think maybe George Washington has done. I contribute my entire salary to the government, back to the government.
Like $300,000 a
You
year.
contribute anything you earn from crypto back to the government? If that
I
happens?
never thought of that. I mean, should I contribute all of my real estate that I've owned for many years if it goes up a little bit because I'm president and doing a good job? I don't think so.
Okay.
But
Well, that is what every other president has done. It's called divesting before your presidency. You are the one president who didn't do it, but,
I've done something that surprisingly, they say nobody else has done, no other president has done. And it's a substantial salary. It's like $500,000 a year or $550,000 a year, 4 years, a couple of $1 million. I gave it to the government last time. I never got a story saying I gave it. Nobody cared if I gave it. I guarantee if I didn't give it, there'd be a big story. But no other president, they say, with the possible exception of George Washington, and they haven't been able to find those records. And we've had wealthy presidents before, but no other president has contributed the salary. And they told me before this that you will probably be asking me whether or not I'm going to contribute my salary again, but you haven't asked that.
Are you going to?
Yes.
You are? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I appreciate we just made news there. Let's talk about foreign policy, sir.
Okay.
You just signed a minerals deal with Ukraine. It's a sign, it seems, that the United States is invested in Ukraine's future. The Secretary of State told me this is a very critical week. Are you any closer to reaching a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia?
I hope so.
How would you characterize
I do
it?
believe we're closer with one party and maybe not as close with the other, but we'll have to see. I'd like to not say which one we're closer to, but we did do a deal for the American people that was good. We were able to get rare earth. The Europeans are getting paid back. They have a loan. We didn't. Biden just gave them $350 billion. He has no idea where the money is, what happened. And
we did have returns and guarantees for the assistance we provided in a lot of cases. But again,
at least we'll, in one form or another, get our... I don't feel so foolish. And remember this is Biden's war. This was a war that was never going to happen if I were president. This is a horrible, horrible war. And I get to see shots of soldiers through, satellite that are just so terrible. 5,000 soldiers are being... Look, 5,000 soldiers a week.
Who do you think was the person who showed him the collage of grainy drone footage of soldiers dying to try to convince him to press Ukraine into ceding territory to Russia? Elon. It could have been Elon. I don't actually think it was Tulsi Gabbard. I think that Tulsi Gabbard's been playing it pretty quiet. Tulsi Gabbard actually has not done or said much. She has not engaged on much. I mean, obviously, running national intelligence, it's not the most press-friendly job out there, but Vance and Miller for sure. Probably.
On average are dying. They're not American soldiers, but I want to solve the problem. They're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers. And if I can save 5,000 souls,
Tulsi's aiming to be air. Dude, Tulsi's literally just trying to get the bag, okay? Tulsi's a foreign agent and a grifter, but she's like not really on the level the rest of the administration is on, I think. I think she's mostly just like she, after leaving Congress, was happy with a Fox News deal. You know, she had like a little fun run for the presidency back in 2020. Now she fucking leads national intelligence. She has no qualifications for the job at all. She's just sitting there at the desk going like, man, I hope I can leverage this into a solid long-term income after I'm done, you know? Like, yeah, she had a fucking podcast. I don't think she has ambitions to run the country or anything like that. I think she's literally just like, holy shit, I bluffed my way into the fucking national intelligence. I'm gonna chill here and try not to break anything. That would be what I would do in her position, personally.
I just love doing it.
How long do you give both countries before you're going to walk away?
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When does
keep
that
fighting.
come? Are you close to it?
Sometimes I get close to it and then positive things happen, okay? So I hope it gets done.
Your close ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, has a sanctions bill against Russia. If you get to that point, Mr. President, where you're prepared to walk away, will you sign that sanctions bill?
Well, it depends on whether or not Russia is behaving toward coming to a peace. We want a peace deal. We want Russia and Ukraine to agree to a deal. We think we're fairly close, and we're going to save a lot of people from being killed. We save a lot of money, too, because we're spending money like, you know, Europe is spending a third of the money that we're spending, and it's more important for Europe than it is for us. Biden had no control. He just sent money over there willy-nilly. Nobody had any idea what was happening, why they were doing it, why they were sending it, and it was massive amounts of money.
So you think you're close to a deal? What will Russia have to give up? Because Ukraine, there's been discussions they will have to give up some of the land.
Russia will have to give up all of Ukraine because that's what they want.
All of it? Do you mean like they have to give up on their ambition to control all of it, or do you mean they'll have to give up all of Ukraine?
All of Ukraine, meaning they wouldn't keep any of the land that they've claimed?
Russia would have to give up all of Ukraine because what Russia wants is all of Ukraine.
Okay, I think what Trump means here is that Russia would be compromising in the sense that they wouldn't get to continue to take territory. Not they would have to give up Crimea and the Donbass. He's just a fucking idiot, I think. Yeah, well, yes.
And if I didn't get involved, they would be fighting right now for all of Ukraine. Russia doesn't want the strip that they have now. Russia wants all of Ukraine. And if it weren't me, they would keep going. Do you know that the European Union leaders have asked me to call Putin so many times because he doesn't return their phone call?
You posted on social media he might be tapping you along.
Might be.
Did you misread him?
But you might be tapping me along, too.
He's still got it. He's still got it.
You tell me how nice an interview this is going to be. So.
Did you?
Dude, he's still got it. What the fuck? Dementia is crazy. How does it leave some parts of your brain intact and other parts it like ravages? It's insane. There are some social skills that he has that he's in like the 99th percentile, like the ability to just seamlessly like dip into these bits of flattery and counter flattery and response and like flirting, kind of, not really flirting, you know what I mean, like that. Most people couldn't do that, but he doesn't know what trade is. He doesn't understand what trade is, and he doesn't know who pays tariffs. It's incredible.
You know, I'm used to being tapped along.
Did you in any...
Is that not sexual harassment? No, that's not sexual harassment. And you don't need to go manufacturing claims of sexual harassment against Trump. He's given us plenty to chew on his own.
Way misread Vladimir Putin?
Did I what?
Misread him, now that you're saying that.
Well, I'll tell you about that in a month from now or 2 weeks from now. I have no idea. I can tell you this. His ambition was stopped to a large extent when he saw that it was me that was now leading the charge, because he wasn't dealing with anybody in Europe. He wasn't calling back. Do you know that I asked him, I said, did Biden ever call you in 3 years? Did Biden ever call? He said he never called. Do you know Biden didn't call him one time? And all these thousands of soldiers, hundreds, millions of soldiers are dying, and people, not only soldiers, people dying in the cities and the towns, and the whole heritage of that country is being blown apart. I mean, the country's heritage is being blown apart. You know the steeples, those beautiful spires that you see, you know, the most beautiful in the world? Yeah. Almost 95% of them are laying in smithereens, all broken up and so sad, laying all over the ground because they were shot. It's really a bad situation. And he didn't get one phone call from Biden. The war would have never started. And by the way, for 4 years, it didn't start. I was there for 4 years. It was the apple of his eye. This was the apple of Putin's eye. There was no chance he would have gone in.
What's the red line for you? At what point do you say, that's it, we're walking away?
Well, you'll know. I mean, there'll be a time when I may say that. And if I do, there may be something I can't, maybe it's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Kristen, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men and between, you know, some of the soldiers, frankly, between the generals. They've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing it.
Very quickly, if you do walk away, would
it is interesting how a lot of his more severe rhetoric against Zelensky has completely disappeared since the disastrous Oval Office conversation. Before that conversation and immediately after it, Trump would talk about how he was a dictator, a pretender, a liar, a thief. Calling him like the narrative from Trump against Zelensky was extremely condemnatory. Right? Like very, very, very aggressive. And a little after that Oval Office interview, it just stopped. And Trump has gone back to language that was more common to him a year ago, which is he's just talking about how the war is a tragedy and it needs to end. I think after Putin spurned him, his mood changed to an extent, but I wonder if he was embarrassed by proxy of what J.D. Vance did during that Oval Office conversation. Like, J.D. Vance obviously, again, fucked up and took the attention away from Trump, which Trump hates, and made himself the center of discussion with a fucking stupid question. Have you even said thank you? Which sounds pathetic, because it is pathetic. And also he'd said thank you a million times. It was so pathetic that after Zelensky left that interview, he made a point of tweeting thank yous to like every other world leader, basically. Like, J.D. Vance was pathetic enough that Zelensky felt comfortable mocking him after the interview, but not Trump. Zelensky didn't really talk much about Trump after that, to be honest. And I wonder if the embarrassment that J.D. Vance caused was enough to both A, kind of distance Trump from him a little bit, and B, make Trump soften a bit on Zelensky, soften the rhetoric. It's all very psychological and psychosocial, isn't it? It actually has very little to do with politics, at least in the traditional sense. Well, it has more to do with office politics than it does politics. We're not debating ideas here. We're talking about, like, how to navigate this unique social environment. I don't know. I don't know.
That mean that you would pull military and intelligence?
I don't want to say that now. It's too early to say that. I don't want to get into that argument.
Let's move on to Canada. You have long talked about making Canada the 51st state. There's obviously a new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who you spoke to after his victory. He says that you didn't talk to him in that call about making Canada a 51st state.
No, he called me. He was very nice, and I congratulated him. He had a victory. It's a very close victory. It's there's no majority or anything, so that's going to make things a little bit difficult, I think, for him to run. But he nevertheless had a victory, and he's a very nice man, I think.
Do you plan to talk to him about making Canada a 51st state?
He wants to come and see me. He's going to come this week or next week.
So will you talk to him about making Canada a 51st state, annexing Canada?
I'll always talk about that. You know why? We subsidize Canada to the tune of $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. In fact, we don't want their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't even want their energy. We have more than they do. We don't want their lumber. We have great lumber. All I have to do is free it up from the environmental lunatics. We don't need anything.
The national forests, yeah. Oh man. Don't we need their energy? Yeah, we need their energy and their forests and the cars that are made there, because there are cars, yeah. Yeah.
That they have. We're giving them. I asked Mr. Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau, I said, you know, not Prime Minister, Governor. I said, Governor Trudeau, could I ask you one question? Why are we giving you $200 billion? Why are we subsidizing Canada? If Canada was a state, it wouldn't cost us. It would be great. It would be such a great, it would be a cherished state. And if you look at our map, if you look at the geography, I'm a real estate guy at heart. When I look down at that, without that artificial line that was drawn with a ruler many years ago, it was just an artificial line, goes straight across. You don't even realize what a beautiful country it would be. It would be great. But I don't think the American public wants me to pay $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. Again, remember this.
Yeah.
We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need...
Again, to be clear, what he's saying is that we buy that much stuff from Canada. We're getting it in exchange for stuff.
Anything. We do very little business with Canada. They do all of their business practically with us. They need us. We don't need them.
You and I talked, and I asked you if you would rule out military force to take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for national and international security.
But not
I think it's
Which again, like, begs the question, who has told Trump that we need Greenland that badly? You know? Again, like, that's what I'm curious about, because that's what I want to know for all of it now. Like, every time he says anything, I want to know, like, who gave him that information. Miller, I don't know if that would be Miller or Vance. That to me feels more like I mean, we know Teal, Elon, maybe Vance is a Teal proxy, I guess. I want to know what that dynamic is, because again, none of these ideas, he doesn't, the only ideas that we know he's had for himself, you can tell when they're his ideas. Tariffs are a big one, right? The oligarchy could have orchestrated a recession in a variety of ways. Trump just has an obsession with tariffs personally. Yeah, he was obsessed with buying Greenland during his first term. I wonder if the obsession with buying Greenland is also a Trump special, and the difference is like this time there are just people around him telling him, yeah, that's a great idea.
It's highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, but you don't rule it out for Greenland.
And by the way, Canada, they spend less money on military than practically any nation in the world. They pay NATO less than any nation. They think we're subsidized. They think we are going to protect them. And really, we are. But the truth is, they don't carry their full share, and it's unfair to the United States and our taxpayers.
But you are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
I don't rule it out. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I don't rule out anything. No, not there. We need that. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of people, which we'll take care of and we'll cherish them and all of that. But we need that for international security. Do you know, we have Russian boats and we have Chinese boats, gunships all over the place, aircraft carriers, gunships, going up and down the coast of Greenland. We need that to be protected. Internationally, we need it.
So you are willing to send U.S. troops to claim a sovereign territory?
I didn't say that. You asked me a question. Would you? Is there a circumstance? It could happen. I doubt it will, but it certainly could happen with respect to Greenland.
Okay, let me ask you about Iran. Your administration has had conversations with Iran. Is the goal of these talks limiting Iran's nuclear program or total dismantlement?
Total dismantlement.
That's all you'll accept?
That's all I'd accept. Now, there's a new theory going out there that Iran would be allowed to have civilian, meaning to make electricity. But I say, you know, they have so much oil, what do they need it for? But, you know, I've seen it with other states where they're looking to do something and they have a lot of oil. Iran has tremendous energy. You know, I put sanctions, if you know that. I put pretty strong sanctions on 2 days ago on the oil. The sad part is that if Biden didn't get involved, if we had a competent president, you would have never had the attack on Israel. October 7th would have never taken place. Hamas would have had no money because Iran was broke. And now, in a period of 4 years during the Biden administration, they became very rich. They have over $300 billion cash in the bank. And they had no money. They were ready to make a deal with me. And it's very sad. Because of this rigged election, they didn't do it. Just another thing you can mark down to a bad election.
It's interesting what you're saying, though, because Secretary Rubio has said that he would accept, or the idea is there is an openness to accepting peaceful civil nuclear program.
Well, that's what people, I didn't say anything contradictory. I said that people are talking about that, and this is something that's really pretty new in the dialogue. And I'd have to be, my inclination is to say, what do you need that for? You have a lot of oil.
So you want total dismantlement, bottom line.
I think that I would be open to hearing it. Civilian energy, it's called. But, civilian energy often leads to military wars, and we don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple deal. I want Iran to be really successful, really great, really fantastic. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon.
Okay.
This is like okay. I'm not just trying to be edgy and contrarian. This is actually an element of Trump that is authentically more anti-Zionist than what Biden represented in concept. Biden was ideologically Zionist. Trump obviously does not fucking care at all. He just wants to be the big guy with the big deals. So it is very funny that Trump is willing to say something like, I want to make Iran a great country, they just can't have nukes. Because I gotta say, historically, Democrat presidents would not be willing to say that. Now, I don't have an encyclopedic memory of every statement Biden and Obama and so on made about Iran, but for the most part, they were not. The most they would say is stuff like, the Iranian people suffer under the regime, which is true. It's just like, and especially with Biden as well, because, obviously, like, Iran funds all of these terrorist proxy groups that fight against Israel, right? And when Biden referred to Iran, that was the context in which they were referred to. Trump just straight up says, yeah, I want them to be great, they just can't have nukes. Israel doesn't like that. Israel does not want Iran to be great. The threat of Iran having nukes is just the excuse that Israel uses to justify their antagonism against them. In reality, of course, Iran is legitimately an enemy of Israel. Like, they fund Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah, whatever. Israel actually has a fairly legitimate beef with Iran, and vice versa. So for Trump to say this, it's just funny, Mike Waltz, cursing from his little UN office or whatever.
They want to be successful, that's okay. I want them to be so successful. And the Iranian people are incredible. I just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon because the world will be destroyed.
Just to recap, we're talking about your desire to claim Canada, Greenland. What do you say to people?
You forgot the Panama Canal.
Panama Canal.
I'm so fucking glad we sat through this whole thing, man. Holy shit. He gets funnier the more he ages.
What do you say to people who say they voted for you because they wanted you to end foreign conflicts, not start new?
I don't see that as conflict. I think that's good for our country, those things. Look, the Panama Canal was taken over by China, effectively. Now China seems to have left. But the Panama Canal, think of this deal. We built the most expensive object we've ever built in the history of our country.
This is another one I want to know where he got it from, because as far as I can tell, literally nobody benefits from this, right? Like America doesn't benefit. There aren't any oligarchs who benefit. Who benefits from us, like, threatening Panama? We already have full access to the canal. Like, I want to know who gave him this idea.
That was Mount McKinley. They just took away. I just gave him back the name. But McKinley made the money. Teddy Roosevelt spent the money. McKinley gets very little credit, but he made, how he made the money? Through tariffs. He was the big tariff president. Okay, but forget that. We built the Panama Canal. It was the most expensive thing. It would be the equivalent, like almost $2 trillion today. We've never spent it. And it was very successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1.
Panama insists Panama says they do control the canal, but we have a couple more questions left tonight.
Panama said what?
Little wrap.
Panama said what?
Panama says they still control it. I know you're saying China. Panama says they still control it.
If you would have gone there about 5.2 months ago, every single
5.2 months ago. Okay, please spit your shit, King.
Sign on the Panama Canal, with the exception of about 15% of them, was in Chinese.
Let me ask you, because we're nearing the end, just a couple more questions.
I wonder if that was it. I wonder if he just got shown a photo of there being like a few signs in Chinese at the Panama Canal. That might have actually been it. Like, obviously, Chinese ships go through it all the time. American ships don't need to go through it as much because we're America. We control both coasts. So we can deploy, we can ship stuff out from either side of our country, which means that we have the ability to bypass the canal. If China wants to send stuff over to Europe, I don't know why I'm talking about this.
Questions here.
I'm not complaining. You keep saying to me like I'm rushing.
No, you're not, and I really appreciate it.
I don't want to
really
rush you. I don't want to
appreciate
make you nervous.
Thank you. The Trump Organization is selling hats that say Trump 2028.
Yeah.
Are you seriously considering a third term, Mr. President, even though it's prohibited by the Constitution, or is this about staying politically viable?
I will say this. So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that.
I believe
it's
it.
something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. I don't know if that's constitutional that they're not allowing you to do it or anything else, but there are many people selling the 2028 hat. But this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody, ideally a great Republican to carry it forward.
Zigabiz, why are you pretending that I don't know that Obama signed the nuclear accords with Iran? I know that. What I'm talking about is that in this current political environment, Trump saying flatly, I want Iran to be great, I want them to be a great nation, they just can't have nukes, is unironically way less measured of a statement with regard to the broader Zionist conversation than anything Biden was able to say. You know, if Biden made a comment like that, everyone would have dogpiled on him. By the way, Democrats, Republicans, everyone. Trump can do whatever he wants, of course, because he's Trump. But that's like a level of it's a statement that one would only make if they were not heavily influenced by AIPAC. Basically, like if you're a politician and like every week or so there's a rep from AIPAC who's like, hey, listen, what's up? Here's the list of mandated talking points this week or whatever, you know, go for it. I don't know. We're going to pay you for your next campaign. Like that, you're not going to say shit like that. But Trump's not getting paid by AIPAC. He's not a fucking, well, maybe he is. I don't know. I haven't checked the numbers. He probably is, but he's not listening to them. He's not listening to AIPAC. He doesn't listen to anyone.
But I think we're going to have 4 years, and I think 4 years is plenty of time to do something really spectacular.
The Constitution does prohibit it. Have you? Some of your allies are pretty serious about this, though, Mr. President. I've spoken to them. They say they are coming up with potential ways.
Well,
obviously, the biggest one will be a constitutional amendment.
That's because they like the job I'm doing, and it's a compliment. It's really a great compliment.
Has anyone?
I do also believe Trump when he says that he doesn't expect to run for a third term. I think that from his perspective, it's epic trolling. I think that for a lot of people in his administration, they like it because it erodes our democracy. Like people like Miller like it because they love flexing the fact that nothing matters anymore and they can do what they want. Trump personally, I don't think he's just that ideologically invested. He might not make it through the term. Again, he's quite old and he's obviously not all there. So, you know.
Approached you, though, with an actual plan, a way to actually start the process?
Well, there are
of a
ways of doing it.
constitutional amendment?
There are ways of doing it, and you know the same thing. And if you look at the vice presidential thing, and you hear different concepts and different other people say you can have a write-in vote. There's lots of different things. With all of that being said, I want to be a great president.
See, somebody had a conversation with him. Somebody was like, yeah, see, here's all the ways you could legally be a president for another term. And I bet you Trump said, nah, and walked off. I'm telling you, man, 90% chance that's what happened. Some little Hitlerite, some fascist fuck, some weasel in the administration, could have been Miller Vance, I don't know, was like, oh, I'm not saying you should run for a third term, Mr. President, but here's the way you could do it. And then they lied to him and they said, oh, you know, here are some methods. And Trump just, I do think that. So now Trump gets to brag that everyone wants him for a third term, but he's not, you know.
I will have served. Hopefully, everything will go well. I feel very good. I just did a physical.
You think he just wants to make his money go back to golfing? I don't think it's about money at all for him. I think lots of people are making money off of him, for sure. and it's about the money for them. I just think he likes the applause. It's 100% about ego, for sure. And golfing. He does like golfing.
So I took, unlike all other presidents, I took cognitive tests and I aced it. I got 100% correct. And one doctor said, there were numerous doctors watching. And he said, I've never seen that before. Biden didn't take a cognitive. He couldn't have gotten the first question right. But I came out great with the physical, both physically and mentally. And I just want to serve, do a great job. I'll be an 8-year president. I'll be a 2-term president. I always thought that was very important, to be honest with you. You know, if you look at President Polk, he was a 1-termer and he did some great things, actually. Pretty good president.
Don't know much about Polk.
And I'm not saying you can't do that, but there's something about being a 2-term president that was very important to me.
And just to put a button on it, has anyone in an official capacity presented you with, sir, here are some ideas by which you could actually get a constitutional amendment?
This is a good question. This is a good question, because then the question is, are there people in your administration who are actually trying to get you to do it? Which is, you know,
capacity of being a big supporter of many people have said different things, but I'm not looking at that.
You haven't had official meetings about it?
No. And just so you said, 4 years is a long time. I have almost 4 years. You know, all of these things that we...
Somebody talked to him about it. I don't think it was an official meeting. Somebody talked to him about it. If he had an official meeting about it, then he would just say so, which is why they don't want to have an official meeting about it.
We've done more than any president, and even you might admit that. Nobody's done the extent of the things that we've done. Nobody's done this in essentially a little bit more than 3 months. As they say, 100 days. I'm looking to do a great job as president and set the country on the right track, because if I didn't win, this country would have failed. We would have been a failed nation.
You have built a political movement that has transformed the Republican Party.
History.
It's transformed the country, quite frankly.
Political movement in history, MAGA. Make America great again.
When you look to the future, Mr. President, do you think the MAGA movement can survive without you as its leader?
Yes, I do.
What gives you...
I think it's so strong, and I think we have tremendous people. I think we have a tremendous group of people. We talked about a number of them. You look at...
He's probably not wrong. In the sense that the movement will survive his passing. The question is, will anyone be able to represent it? So whether you guys like it or not, Trumpism or MAGAism is a distinct ideology that overlaps with conservatism and with fascism, but is best described as its own. There are many fascist governments. There are many conservative governments. There is one Trumpist movement, MAGAist, MAGA movement, whatever you want to call it. The question is, like, will they be able to consolidate and build even after he's gone? And I don't know. I don't know. But the history, but to be clear, the history books will refer to this period of time and this movement distinctly. There is no doubt about that. It's not about a coherent ideology. I mean, what is Peronism, right? It's about describing an era. And he is the era. It ain't the Biden era. How much will it survive him? How long will it persist? I don't know. I mean, no one does, right? It's just interesting.
Marco, you look at J.D. Vance, who's fantastic. You look at, I could name 10, 15, 20 people right now just sitting here. No, I think we have a tremendous party. And you know what I can't name? I can't name one Democrat. I mean, I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray. They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. And
that right there, that's also straight off. That we are so fucking back. That's straight off the Trump dome right there. Sees a black woman talking, low IQ. It's right up here. Phenomenal, really. He's not wrong about the Democrats not having anyone, about them being in disarray, though. That is true. That is completely true. He wants to drop the N-word so bad. Maybe he'd get a $500,000 GoFundMe afterwards. I don't know. He probably would. More than $500,000. without Trump, the GOP will be in the same boat? Well, no, because the neocons are dead. Like the RNC, the actual organization of the Republicans, their actual like bureaucracy has been taken over by Trumpists. I mean, literal members of Trump's family. So it's not like they're going to default back to some shambling neocon, you know, nothing party afterwards. They're going to be, it's going to be a, dude, guys, it's going to be a fucking bloodbath. Every one of these freak grifters is going to tear each other to shreds, trying to be the one who inherits the power and everything that it implies. None of them have demonstrated the, I guess the prescience and the discipline necessary to reel the organization back in after their one cohesive leader has gone. Mind you, I'm not saying that they're going to lose. I'm just saying that the power vacuum is going to be a spectacle to watch.
They said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding. I don't know what they're going to do. And I really believe in a two-party system. Because it's good to be challenged. It's really good to have a two-party. You know, it's good. Being challenged is okay. It keeps you sharp. I don't know what they're going to do. They have nobody. Bernie's 87 years old or something. And, you know, Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people. Because...
Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. How does he keep dropping bangers time after time after time? Fuck me, man.
He was grossly incompetent, and I think maybe for artificial reasons. You know, he had operations and things, so maybe that's an artificial. But I know people that are unbelievably sharp, and they're older than 87. But I watch Bernie Sanders. He's a nut job, but he's still sharp. He's sharp as he's the same guy he was. He hasn't gone down. But Biden is really, he's the worst thing to happen to old people.
I know that
it does make sense that Trump would be personally offended that Biden's obvious senility has drawn more attention to Trump's age. You know what I mean? Like, Trump's probably looking at Biden going, see, I'm that old and I'm not that bad. Even though mentally he's probably a lot worse.
We're only 100 days in. But as we sit here today, who do you see as your successor, Mr. President?
Well, it's far too early to say that. But, you know, I do have a vice president, and typically it would be, and JD's doing a fantastic job.
He would be at the top of the list?
It could very well be. I don't want to get involved in that. I think he's a fantastic, brilliant guy. Marco is great. There's a lot of them that are great. I also see tremendous unity. But certainly you would say that somebody's the VP. If that person is outstanding, I guess that person would have an advantage. But I think the other people would all stay in unbelievably high positions. But, you know, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
That was remarkable. I think this is the best interview so far from Trump. And I don't just mean since his presidency. I mean, like, it was cinema. Trump is literally making the bloodbath worse by not picking a clear successor. Yeah, you're not wrong. He's exacerbating the problem. Damn. He probably relishes it. Yeah, to an extent. He probably does see all the infighting from his cabinet, trying to vie for his affection and approval, and he does fight. Like, is that not the classic dying grandpa thing to kind of play them off each other a little bit? I don't know. I've only ever seen it in movies. My grandpa is still alive, at least, you know, on my mother's side. It's like fucking 95 or 96 or something. It's crazy. Do you think it was supposed to be Elon? I think that when Elon was held in higher favor by Trump and within the White House, he was trying to set himself up to be, if not the literal next president, then the person who effectively is president next. But I think that he failed because he failed to buy the victory in Wisconsin. Despite massive influence from him, like literally buying votes, he could not swing the state of Wisconsin towards electing that freak Republican state Supreme Court judge. She might have even won harder because of him. He's not eligible, though. The law doesn't matter. Also, again, it's not about whether he's literally the president. It's about whether he's secure in his position, you know? Can you imagine Elon Musk as the, like, deputy chief of staff to the president for decades to come? The permanent billionaire oligarch advisor to an indefinite Republican presidency? It doesn't matter who would be president. He would always be there. But that's done now. His influence is toxic. He's been stepping back from Doge lately, too. He just failed. Huh? I'm well past time. I have to go. I love you all very much. To everyone who's donated, I will read those donations tomorrow. Sorry about that. I gotta go. It's 4:11. That's crazy. That's like a number that's higher than the normal number. But I'll read tomorrow. So take care. Go enjoy the Met Gala photos. You know, there are some banger outfits being thrown around over there, you know? Yeah. It's 7:11. That's the funny number. Take care, folks. Drink water.